Hyatt,
Here.
Mr. Lewandowski,
Here.
Mrs. Mendez,
Here.
Dr. Miskowitz,
Here.
Mrs. Seward,
Here.
and Mr. Cohen.
Here. Thank you. Just a few items on our agenda before we get started. This meeting is in pursuant to the Sunshine Law. That's everyone should be advised that this meeting is being held in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act, and that adequate notice of the date and time of this meeting and the agenda has been sent to the Asbury Park Press and the Star Ledger, and it has been posted and filed in the Marlboro Township Clerk's office. A staple on videotaping of the public portion of this meeting. Please note that the public portion of all Board of Education meetings are videotaped and available for public viewing on our website. In addition, please note that our security personnel are wearing body cameras that will record any and all interactions with security personnel. Therefore, members of the public should know that there is no expectation of privacy in any statements that they make when making and addressing the board, the administration, or security personnel. We will have two public comment statements opportunities today. Pursuant to our policy 0164 and 0167, Robert's Rules of Order shall govern the Board of Education in its deliberations and in the conduct of its meetings. As such, all comments from the public and from other members of the board should be directed to the board president, who is responsible for presiding over the meeting. The president shall direct all inquiries or comments to the appropriate person presiding over the meeting, or to the appropriate administrator or board member for response. And after all members of the public have had an opportunity to speak, the board and the administration may not have a response for all inquiries at the public meeting. Per the board policy, if it appears that the public participation will exceed 60 minutes, the board president may impose a set time limit per speaker at the beginning of the public participation portion of the meeting. Moreover, the president may interrupt, warn, or terminate a participant's statement when the statement is too lengthy, abusive, obscene, or irrelevant. In addition, the president may request any individual to leave the meeting when that person does not observe reasonable decorum, whether the person is at the microphone or at any other place in the meeting or in this building. New Jersey law prohibits any person from disrupting a public meeting. Law enforcement will be contacted, or as they are already present in the room, if a person disrupts the meeting and fails to decease after being directed to do so. Finally, out of respect, we ask that you refer to our administration or staff members by their titles, such as Dr., Mr., or Mrs., and thank you. Finally, just one other point. This is a school building, and we have a no vaping and no smoking policy on our school grounds, so we ask that you please respect that. That means no smoking or vaping inside or outside at any time. Would you all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Today's meeting was originally planned, and it's still as a workshop to speak to our community about our referendum that is on the ballot for November 4th. I want to thank Mr. Bellone, Mr. Caravello for pulling this all together, as well as the professionals who have been working on our referendum for being here tonight. This is probably, in my opinion, one of the most important things that we can do as a board, which is providing an environment for our students, our staff, to work and learn in the best conditions. And that means air conditioning for them at the last two schools. This is one of the most important things that we can achieve and accomplish, and this board set out to do that many, many months ago. And it's important that we explain to you this evening what that referendum is about, what a vote of yes means, what a vote of no means, and more importantly, hopefully we see that this referendum is passed so that we can actually move this forward to the next step, which is a completed project in the time of 2027. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Bellone and Mr. Caravello. Mr. Bellone, I think you're going to start.
I am. Thank you. Good evening. We'll just wait for the presentation to load. Okay, good evening, everyone. As Mr. Cohen said, on Tuesday, November 4th, this board had decided to add a question to the ballot with respect to what we have deemed no sweat, no debt. Put very simply, we're looking to add air conditioning to both Asher Holmes Elementary School and Robertsville Elementary School. That's the no sweat part. And the no debt part is no added debt to the taxpayer with respect to this particular project. We do have people in the audience, professionals, part of this project who, depending on the questions that come up at public comment, they will speak to them. So we'll allow you to ask questions at that portion of the meeting, and then depending on where the question traverses, we'll bring up some of the professionals, but they're listed here as well. Just procedurally, how to ask a question. If you haven't done so already, please sign in prior to the start of public comments. This way we know exactly how many people would like to ask a question. Your name will be called by Mr. Carabello. Please also be reminded to begin your comments with your name, place of residence, and group affiliation, if appropriate. Contain your comments and questions to 3 minutes, with the potential for a 1-minute response to the board's answer. And participants cannot speak more than once during each public participation session, just as a reminder. Just a little bit of history. If we go all the way back to 1998, this is a timeline of air conditioning being added to the schools within our district. So to your far left, from 1998, Marlboro Middle School, the Abbott Early Learning Center, and Memorial. They were essentially built around the same time. So when they were opened, they opened with air conditioning in classrooms and the larger spaces. 2023, we added DeFino and Dugan together. 2025, most recently, we added air conditioning to Marlboro Elementary School. Just as a note, some of these buildings had air conditioning in the larger spaces like the gyms and the front offices, but did not have air conditioning in the classrooms. This referendum vote will be hopefully addressing our last two schools with a timeline starting, we're projecting the timeline to be starting in the summer of 2026 with the installation at both Asher Holmes and Robertsville, with a projected completion in the spring of 2027. Why put air conditioning into our schools? A, it's an equity issue. We have 6 of our 8 schools that have air conditioning. Asher Holmes and Robertsville are the 2 remaining. You may say to yourself, you see the first item there, help students stay focused. You may not have had air conditioning when you were in school. I certainly didn't in all of my schools. Times are different, right? We have technology that requires the control of humidity, not only to protect the building, but the technology within our buildings. Every one of our buildings has server rooms that are obviously addressing the devices that all of our students have in their hands. Those rooms require humidity control and cooling. When they are too humid or too hot, they don't operate well, or sometimes not even at all. Another big piece is keeping windows and doors closed for security reasons. Many years ago, when it got hot in either the beginning of the year or the end of the year, windows would be open, doors would be propped open. We would have a nice breezeway down a long hallway. I remember that being in school. We can no longer do that for the safety and security of our students, staff, and our greater school community. No door is propped open in the school district. No window is propped open to be left open for cool nights, for air to come in when it gets cooler at night. So we're just in a different place at this point, and we're almost there. We have 2 more schools to finish, and we really would like to do it in this fashion. Bottom line, students can maintain focus, stay safe, and learn better when they are comfortable. Why a referendum? Why can't we just do this in piecemeal and through our local budget? We could, but a referendum is actually a more fiscally responsible manner in doing so. And where that comes into play is, you can see the pie chart here. Where the funding is coming from is a very important piece. What happened there? There we go. Oh, there we go. So if you look at the pie chart to the right-hand side of the screen, the only way for MTPS to benefit from state aid is to go out to the taxpayers and ask for permission via this referendum vote. The state aid that will be due to MTPS will be up to $2.1 million. That's up to 40% of this total project will be kicked in with state aid. But in order to realize that money, we have to go out to you, the community and the taxpayers, to ask for permission. Now, you may say to yourself, well, anytime a school district goes out to the community and I hear the word referendum, that means they're reaching into my pocket for more money. And you're right, ordinarily speaking. This is an extraordinary circumstance where we are not going to be going into your pocket to ask for more money. We actually have it saved in our capital reserves account for that additional 60% cost. So for a $5.3 million project for 2 schools, you take up to 40% as state aid, which is approximately $2.1 million. The balance, $3.2 million, is what will come from our capital reserve account. So you can think of this, this formula as we're taking money from our savings and we're adding that into our state aid to fund the entire project. We're not dipping into the taxpayer's pocket one bit. And that's the benefit of the referendum. If we don't go this direction, we will pay 100% of the cost to air condition both Asher Holmes and Robertsville Elementary School. And we still have the plan to do that. So it'll just take us a little longer. We might have to save more money. But the important piece here is we will have to pay 100% of that cost, as opposed to, with this plan, we will only have to pay approximately 60% of the cost. And we talked about state aid. Mr. Caravello, do you want to take it from here?
Sure. Good evening, everybody. So who do not know me, my name is Vincent Caravello. I'm the business administrator for the Marlboro Township School District. Just to piggyback off of Mr. Ballone, regarding closing the gap, so how we got here. So the total, as you know, the total cost of the project is $5.3 million. We have been strategically saving up in our capital reserve account to reach a benchmark of about $3.2 million, which covers the amount that we would need for this project. And to meet our goals in a timely fashion, rather than just saving each operating budget and budgeting our reserves, we would like to go out to referendum for the additional $2.1 million, as Mr. Ballone said, up to 40%. Now, how this is going to work is we're timelining that the work will probably take place, if it's passed or when it's passed, 26-27 school year, so over the summer. How that's going to happen is, so if this referendum is approved, we actually would go out to bonds. Those bonds would then be sold to investors, which would provide upfront funding for our AC installation. In return of obtaining those bonds, we would actually use our capital reserve amount withdrawal in the budget process to pay off those bonds before they mature. Now, there'll be a little bit of interest attached to that, but it won't be it won't be over a spread period of time of 10 years, 20 years. It'll be paid off within one calendar year or one budget cycle. So the district would really essentially combine state aid and savings to buy back the bonds. So basically, you have your savings from your capital reserve, you have the bonds to complete the project, you take those savings and pay off those bonds that you obtained. Do you have a clicker, Mike?
Oh, sorry.
So this is a way for us to creatively make use of existing taxes. So as you know, the history of how we've gotten to this is, so when I started, we had no elementary schools that had air conditioning. We creatively funded those through the operating budget, through the reserve accounts, and also by using federal grants that were entitled to us. So the ARP ESSER funds, we were able to get Dugan and DeFino completed and package that with reserves. And then for Marlboro Elementary, we used a form of just getting packaged SDA grants when they became available, and also ROD grants, along with our capital reserve. So we were actually, we set out for a 5-year period to complete all of these elementary schools, but now we're at a roadblock where we have completed 3 in 3 years, but we still have 2 more remaining. And due to the inflation and the rising costs, we feel that just saving for them is not going to be beneficial, because as we all know, time is money, and when you put something off, the estimate and the cost that you're getting for it now is most likely going to maybe double, maybe significantly increase by the time you're ready to do these projects. So we've made use of the existing taxes by saving up for our capital reserve account, knowing that we had to do something to meet our 5-year deadline. We are also having this referendum on the general election, so we're saving costs on that for setup for, instead of a special election where there's costs that are applicable, we're doing it through the general election. And also the state. I mean, we all pay taxes in this town, and it is comprised of the state budget. And there's other districts getting entitlement to this debt service aid that we have paid taxes into it. So we are trying to get a piece of that back that we've already paid into. And then, of course, the federal fundings that I touched on for the other 2 schools that we already did. So this is just basically a map of nearby towns and districts, of what referendums that have gone out and when they have passed. So for Manalapan Township, you see that they recently passed a $115 million referendum, where $43 million of state aid was awarded to them. Freehold Township just passed a $135 million referendum, where $53.3 million of state aid was awarded to them. And it goes on. So Wall Township, $66 million referendum for $23 million. Little Silver, $35 million for $14 million in state aid. Shrewsbury, Manasquan. And the sections that are highlighted in the white, we've already paid into those. Our taxes have already contributed into that somehow or some way. And other towns basically got a piece of what we've paid into. And as you can see, some of these referendums are very large. We're really not asking for every little thing. We're really just asking for the 2 things that matter the most right now, and that's getting air conditioning for our 2 elementary schools that don't have it, so our kids and our staff are comfortable during the workday.
This is a really impactful slide because, as Mr. Caravella mentioned, all of those towns in blue, we have put forth money for those efforts and really didn't benefit from it at that time. Now's our time. So we need to now benefit from this state aid, and again, with no tax impact to the taxpayer.
Now, this is just an election timeline. So as you know, October 25th through November 2nd, you have your early in-person voting at the 10 poll sites across Monmouth County. October 28th is your last day to apply to have a vote by mail ballot mailed to you. November 3rd at 3 p.m. is your last chance to pick up a vote by mail ballot in person. And of course, November 4th is election day from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. at any designated polling location. And November 4th also is the last day for your mail-in ballots to be returned. So again, just to reiterate, by doing this in the general election, we were able to save on costs from gearing it up for a special election, whether it been in December or January. And that's a testament to this board as well. We figured that putting it in with the general election and trying to be as fiscally responsible as possible with rolling in the costs where we could, we did that by having it in the general election. So the question that we have come across is what happens if voters say no? Well, if voters say no, we are going to continue towards our goal of getting air conditioning into the classroom. It's just going to be a little bit different. Last December, I proposed options of what we can do other than a referendum. Those options would still stand. The problem is they would just take a little bit longer, and those kids would go on a little bit longer without having air conditioning. So you can do things as purchase leases for the equipment, but that would have high interest rates and probably longer payoff periods. You can save in your reserve budget and continue to budget and piecemeal certain sections of the school district where you can fit it, whether it be in your operating budget or your reserve accounts. Or you can go to the Monmouth County Improvement Authority, which has been an option on the table for some districts, and that's to really circumvent the taxpayer and the voter and just try to go out for bonds through that way as well. We chose not to do that. We chose to actually put forth with a referendum to the voters and the taxpayers to make the decision for us. So again, it may look a little bit different if it doesn't get passed, but it will be more costly in the long run because, again, prices do go up, costs do go up for things, and we can't anticipate it would be $5.3 million if it were to not pass.
I know the website is here, mtps.org/no debt, but you can also find information which will lead you to this exact page. If you go to the page you're familiar with, mtps.org, we have a referendum tab. If it's all the way on the right-hand side on your screen, if you click on that, it'll bring you right here. There's a great video that you can watch. You can actually dive into the financing specifics, how to vote, and then a frequently asked questions. So we urge you to either visit right here, mtps.org/no debt, or just go to our MTPS website, mtps.org, navigate to the referendum tab, which is on the right-hand side of your screen, and that'll bring you right here. So there are multiple ways to find this information. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you both. Again, as I said in the beginning, there is, of all of the things that we do as a board and as a district, this is probably one of the more important things that we can do, which is support our students, support our teachers, and we really urge the public to please, when you do go out to vote, keep in mind what a no vote means on the referendum, what a yes vote means, and give some thought to that, and the fact that there is no tax increase to us completing this project. So I want to thank you again for the presentation. I want to just, see if there's anyone from the board that would like to add any more comments to the referendum and share their perspective. If not, we can go on to public comments. Can we get the lights on, please? Thank you. Thank you. Okay, thank you to all those who are here. We do have, as Mr. Ballone said, we have several members of our referendum team here in case there are questions that do come up. We're going to go over to the public comment section of our agenda. I am going to urge that since the nature of this meeting was about the referendum, and we have a lot more people in the audience than what we usually see here at board meetings, we would like to keep the first round of public comments limited to the referendum and to matters that are on the actual public agenda. There will be a second round of comments, and in that second round, there will be obviously an opportunity for people to come to speak about any of the things that we just talked about, plus any matters that are actually within the board's jurisdiction. So with that, Mr. Caravello, how many people do we have to call to the agenda, to call up?
Wait, Mr. Cohen, can I just make a suggestion? Can we maybe just consider childcare, how long executive could run, how much later in the meeting the second round of public comments come, and prioritize questions about the referendum, and then move past, if there's no other questions regarding the referendum or agenda items, that we can open public comments, that portion of public comments, to general questions? We wouldn't be stopping anyone from addressing agenda items but we're going to move through a very short public comments just to make people wait while we sit in executive.
Well, I also want to make sure that the board, has an opportunity to get briefed in executive before public comments occur that are matters that we have not been briefed on. So there is...
Agreed, but I'd like to hear
there
people's
is, you know-
opinions also before I get briefed.
Excuse me, I'm sorry?
I'd like to consider people's public comments before the briefing.
Let's see how many public comments we have, and if we
Just a
have more
suggestion.
time...
Just
If
a
we have more
suggestion.
time, excuse me. Thank you. If we have the time, we can go back and allow for additional public comments. How's that?
Appreciate that, thank you.
Mr. Caravella?
Sorry. For first public comment, referendum about 7 names.
Okay, let's
So,
begin.
Aldo Petrino?
Aldo Petrino, Morganville, New Jersey. So pertaining to the referendum, just 2 questions. First is, who is Phoenix Advisors and what role are they playing in the project? And the second is, if we are using our capital reserves to start this project, then I understand the referendum would come in and the state's going to, match or don't give us a certain percentage of money, but to replenish the money in capital reserves, where would that money come from? Because I'm assuming it would come from the taxpayers, and I just want to make sure there's total transparency on this, no sweat, no debt, because it sounds great, but I just want to make sure that replenishing the capital reserves after the project is not going to come out of the taxpayer's pocket, which it sounds like it is from what I'm looking at. But if I'm incorrect, Mr. Caravella, please let me know. And the other thing, just, thank you, Annette, for that comment. And to be completely honest, Brian, to start the meeting out and jump right into the referendum and not even to make mention of what all these people here are sitting here about, we haven't heard a word from you or Mr. Ballone. The mayor already spoke on it. It's a little disheartening.
Thank you.
Charles Baloma? Okay. Sure, thank you.
Thank you.
Moshe Grant? M. Cruz? Okay. John Adley? Okay. Dave Moore? Doug Moore, sorry. This is about the referendum?
It's
On
about
the
the
member, on the
referendum.
referendum?
Okay, you look nervous like it's not going to be? It's going to be.
No, I'm not nervous.
Okay. You said there's people here tonight from the company we're going to, you picked an engineering firm?
Yeah,
Who is it?
KSI Engineering.
KSI? Okay, and they're here tonight?
Yeah, just state your comments, and then we can address them after you're done. You get 3
I'm
minutes.
wondering
Yep.
how many rooms?
Can you just, if you don't mind, if you'll just state your name and...
Oh,
and
Douglas
your
Moore,
address.
Morganville.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry. How many rooms in total? Is there boiler replacement also? What kind of equipment is going to be getting used? And that's basically it. Just because, unfortunately, it's what I do for a living. So, just want to know everything that you're going to be using, KSI, and yeah, that's all.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. I have no one else on my
We will
list.
answer the questions as soon as we close public comments. I just don't want you to think that we're not going to, okay? So we just want to make sure everyone has a chance to answer their questions, and then we will get to them.
I have no one else
No one
on my
else.
list. Nope.
Okay, so
So would anybody else like to speak about the referendum? Go ahead, Mrs. McCormack.
Ashley McCormack, 16 Riley Road, Morganville, New Jersey. I just wanted to say that I do support this referendum. I'm voting yes for this because I have 2 children in Robertsville. It is very hot in that school. we need air conditioning. I really hope that our district stands behind our children and our staff and votes yes to this. I appreciate the work that you guys have put into it. Mr. Caravello, can you answer a couple questions too, though? Kind of to piggyback off Aldo, we have $3.2 million in capital reserve. I heard you say that you are planning to pay this back within that first year with a little bit of taxes, with a little bit of interest rate. Obviously, I'm sure that's not calculated yet, but how do you plan on replenishing capital reserve? And also, what if are the bids exact? Like, what if it's more money? What happens then? Please vote yes to this. Thank you.
Anyone else on referendum? Okay, thank you. Let's answer some of the questions on the referendum, or do you want to go straight, or should we continue with the public comments?
I can answer the referendum questions now before
Okay.
we get to the rest of the public comments. So Aldo, Phoenix Advisors, that they're our financial advisor. They're the ones that if it passes, they're going to secure our loan vehicle. I believe the interest rates right now are about 2.7%. Ms. Sancompora, if I'm wrong, you can come up to the mic and speak so the information's accurate, but I believe what we're looking at for a loan is about 2.7%, and we would have to pay that for about a year, right? Interest compounded for about a year? Yeah.
Good evening. I'm Robbie Acampora from Phoenix Advisors. So if the referendum is approved, we were going to sell what we call bond anticipation notes by the end of this year. That's a financing mechanism that public agencies can do in New Jersey for 1 year or less. So we're going to borrow the money for the minimum amount of time, borrow it in December and have it paid off in July of 2026. That's the next fiscal year for the school district. Once we sell the bonds in July, the state is going to allocate that aid, that grant that they're going to reimburse. And then in July, they'll be paid off. So it's about a 7-month loan that's going to happen, 7 or 8 months.
Thank you. So just to put that in layman's terms, so the school districts are on a fiscal year. So we're July 1 to June 30th. We start building our new year budget by December, and then it has to get tentatively approved in March, and it has to get approved in final approval for your public budget hearing in May. So the thought is secure it by December. When we start building our budget, we withdraw what we need to pay off through capital reserve for these loans, and then once that budget gets approved in May, by July 1 of 2026, those loans are paid off, and then we start the project that summer, because of course a project like this has to be done when kids are not in school. The question, just to answer both of them for replenishing the capital reserve. So capital reserve is just a designation that you make at the end of your budget year. So you'll see in June on our agendas, we have a designation for deposit to your capital reserve, to your maintenance reserve. That's usually taken from the end of the year surplus that we have in our operating budget that we're closing. So when we close that operating budget, we say, okay, we can put $1 million here, $1 million there, and then we'll leave $1 million for our budgeted fund balance for when we build next year's budget. Almost like creating like a base for yourself, because if you shorten the base, that's when you hear cuts happening or certain cuts that need to happen, because if you shorten the base and there's not enough to fulfill holes, that's when you start taking down from your unassigned fund balance and your audit, and it gets really messy. So to answer your question, there is a plan to replace the reserves. It's called prudent fiscal planning and having enough money at the end of the year to when you have a surplus, you designate more to your reserves than you would for your fund balance or your base. But it's always paid by the taxpayer, because your operating budget is comprised of 80-something% of your local tax levy, and another 6% is kicked in from the state. So we're just taking what we already have taken in each budget cycle and being smart with it and putting it into savings or using it as our fund balance. But it's not like we're going out for additional taxes or asking for additional money. It's money that's already been approved through the regular budget cycle.
Make it clear that when you put it into capital reserve, that's also designated, in which case you put that back into.
Right. So that's a good point. So, and once you designate it into your capital reserve account, it's only a savings account for capital improvements. You cannot just take it and use it for whatever you want. It's already, once it's designated in there, it has to stay in there for those intended uses.
Thank you for that, Vinny. So just just so I understand, I'm not sure how much we have right now, like how much we're designating from the capital reserves for the project, but the funds that are being used from capital reserves are basically from the district, primarily yourself,
Yeah, prior year's surplus.
Right, so from the past years being financially responsible, and that's having this surplus in capital reserves, and then to build that back up, though, ultimately, it will come from taxpayers' money as a surplus at the end of the fiscal year.
Right, and it's already taxpayers' money that's been taken during the budget process when you go up to 2% or when we propose a budget. It's basically just existing funds that are in the budget. When they're left over, we designate them into reserves for future planning.
Understood, understood. Thank you for the
welcome.
information. You know, no sweat, no debt, you know, I get it. I want the ACs too, but it's a little misleading, you know? Like the capital reserves is taxpayer money, and it's
But
going to have to come back.
if I could just piggyback, how is it misleading?
I mean, you're saying no sweat, no debt, but it's no debt because it's money that we were smart with, and to replenish it, it's going to come back from taxpayers. Like, that's not really no debt.
But just to, and I don't want to go on a back and forth, but,
We should.
no, but when we build an operating budget, we're allowed to go up to the 2% levy.
Right.
And when we go up to the 2% levy, anything that hasn't been spent goes into our surplus. So I don't know how it would equate to debt, but I
You
agree.
do a
Thank you
great
for your
job with
comment.
the budget. That's not what I'm here to, like, I have no qualms with you in the budget. I think you do a fantastic job. I think the board in the past years has done a fantastic job. I would have chosen different wording than no debt, but whatever it takes to get these ACs done. Thank you, Mr. Caravello.
Thank you.
And you
And
have
then-
the questions regarding,
Yeah, so we have our architects and engineers here, if they just want to come up and explain the specifics of the unit, but I do know there are no boiler replacements in the referendum.
Remind me what the question was.
Hi, Jim Sarno from KSI Engineers. As Vinnie said, there is no boiler replacements going on. The basis of design for the last three jobs, the Dugan, Defino, and Marlboro Elementary, was trained Mitsubishi. I believe you guys, I haven't heard any issues. We had some pretty good experience with them. If this moves forward, they would most likely be the basis of design. It also allows the district to save money on future parts, service, maintenance. You go to one person or one place. We're using VRF, which stands for Variable Refrigerant Flow. It's a heat pump system. We have, I believe it's about 30, don't quote me on that, I think there's a layout somewhere, but it's about 25 to 30 classrooms at each school. Any place that actually has students in it where classes are taking place, that's where the heat pumps were added to provide for cooling.
I believe it was really three points. I don't mean to.
No, you're good.
No rooms, no additional rooms.
Oh, do we know how many rooms exactly? Sorry.
I don't have it with me exactly, no, I think
I think you said 25 to 30 per school,
it's about 25 to 30 per school.
and you said no boilers.
No
The
boilers.
equipment that you said was
Train Mitsubishi.
Train and Mitsubishi. You recognized yourself as the engineers. And the other question was KSI?
KSI Consulting Engineers,
Okay, and then you said it was basically a heat pump system.
correct.
Okay. I saw, Mr. Moore? You had a follow-up question, or did you raised your hand?
No.
I'm sorry, can you,
He asked if there was any rooftop units.
thank you. All right,
That all remains.
thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. And then the last question was, what if a bid comes in at more? So if a bid comes in at more, you would have to look for alternate sources of revenue, or you would just not be able to do it. But if you do it, you would have to come back to the board and ask for additional funding in other sources. But if the bid is less, you don't get the 5.3. You only get up to the 40% of what the bid is for. We're anticipating the bids to come in lower than the 5.3, which is why we're trying to act now before certain things like tariffs and other things come into play where it might have an effect on the total cost of the project.
And just to add to that, there was, don't quote me, maybe the finance people can help, but I think there was like a 10%, swing, so contingency plan. So we're anticipating, as Mr. Caravello said, we're anticipating a lower cost, but we did build in a little bit just for contingency.
please come to the microphone, and then I just want to give everyone else a chance next.
Yeah, no problem. Just real quick, I'm just doing, so based on 60 units, the cost of the project is 5.3 million, you said? That's almost 88,000 per classroom. That's kind of insane. I just put Mitsubishi mini splits in my house, and I paid $25,000 for 2 systems with 4 heads each. Why are we paying 88 grand each when I got 25,000 for 2? That's wild.
Yeah, I assume that the estimate's based upon a design. You want to come back up?
So one thing that wasn't really talked about is there's an electrical upgrade required at each school. That's what's throwing your number off. We've actually, that number's been coming in, not just in Marlboro, we've been hitting it in other districts as well. That's about where it's coming. Because there's a lot of things involved. There's roof work involved. There's running all the refrigerant lines. It's not a residential unit. It's not. It's a very different system. We have one system. We do it by exposures, so we might have 3 to 4 classrooms on one. So it's a lot different than the 2 to 1. Yeah.
Okay, we gotta.
Okay.
I apologize, Mr. Petruno, but you just can't have the back and forth. I appreciate. I think it's more complicated than just the math, and obviously you've added that, and I assume that there will be a bid that will then formally go out. This is a estimate based upon design.
Well, if the referendum is approved, yes, there'll be a bid that goes out.
And that bid will be a competitive bid, because that's what we follow. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I'm Miguel Cruz. I put not to speak, but I actually would like to.
Please step up to the
So I'm going to ask if there's anyone else who would like to speak on behalf of the referendum or items that are on the agenda right now. You can, if you haven't signed up, please raise your hand and come up. Would you like to come up now? Yes. This is on the referendum or on the items that are associated with the agenda?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm Miguel Cruz at 29 Wicker Place in Morganville.
I'm sorry, I didn't pick up your name.
Miguel Cruz.
Thank you.
29 Wicker Place, Morganville. I guess the question would be the consulting fees. Are we going to get a breakdown as to what was spent on, like, per line item, or is that? And I guess for the whole project, I guess, in general. And second, are we going to be able to know the origination of the companies that were chosen and how they were chosen for consulting, for the actual contract and things as such? All the way from, I guess, Phoenix Advisors up until the electricians, I guess, that have to get called in, and HVAC. Thank you.
Anyone else have questions on the referendum? Please just come up and state your name. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Eugene Gannon. Just did the math. I'm an accountant. At $88,000 a piece, someone's lining their pockets, and I'd like to know what is going on here. That's not normal for an air conditioner unit for each classroom to cost $88,000. That's something's off. I don't know if the numbers are off or that we have the wrong number of classrooms, but if we could please get a breakdown of where the money's going or how this is being allocated. If maybe we're not including a corridor or something, but I'm just not an expert in the field, but something's off. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions on the referendum? Okay. With that, we'll open up to whoever else signed up for the first round. First round, right? We're done with first round? Okay. There for the first round, did you have sign up for first or second? Right, but you had people on the first round who did not weren't speaking on the referendum, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, once we go through the list, typically, don't we just ask in general if there's anyone else that would like to speak?
We have first round and second round.
We have an hour dedicated to both.
Right, we're going to go back to the people who signed up for the
Okay.
first round, who had not had a chance to speak. We want to make sure they get their chance to speak. Thank you.
Okay, Charles Bellomo.
Good evening. Charles Bellomo, Marlboro, New Jersey. I'm here tonight as the husband of board member Danielle Bellomo and as a father of 3 young children who deserve to feel that their mother is safe while serving this community. Over the past week, a private group chat has come to light where individuals expressed a desire for my wife to die. Let that sink in. Because of her political views, there are now people in our town who think it's acceptable to wish death upon a mother of 3, a woman who has devoted countless hours to supporting children and families in Marlboro. And as if that weren't horrifying enough, the same chat contained disgusting, sexually explicit messages about my wife, vile things that no woman, no mother, should ever have to see written about her. Our children, our 3 young kids, saw those messages. They've had to read that there are people in their own community who not only want their mom dead, but speak about her in the most degrading ways imaginable. No child should ever have to experience that. This didn't happen overnight. For more than a year, individuals who disagree with Danielle politically have made it their mission to discredit her, to attack her character, and to intimidate those who support her. They've tried to silence her friends, smear organizations she's connected to, and make her life unbearable as an elected official. Through it all, Danielle has done what she's always done, reached out to this administration and this board asking for help. She's asked for protection, she's asked for leadership, and time again, those calls have gone unanswered. She's not looking for special treatment. She's looking for fairness and the same level of protection any board member should expect when they're being threatened or harassed. Earlier this year, I stood right here and reminded this board about its own policies. I pointed out that public comment was being used to harass and defame my wife. The individuals were allowed to come to this microphone and use taxpayer-funded meetings to campaign against her personally. Those policies exist to prevent exactly this kind of behavior, yet they weren't enforced. Nothing was done, and now here we are. National headlines, international attention, and a family forced to live in fear. When a board refuses to act on clear policy violations, that's not neutrality. That's a failure of leadership, and the community notices. People see that good candidates stay away from running for this board because they don't want to subject their families to this kind of hostility. That's why this year, there were only 5 candidates. I personally know others who would have run, but they told me directly they wouldn't put their loved ones through what my wife has had to endure. So tonight, I'm calling on this district and this board to take action. Stop the madness. Stand up and lead. Enforce the policies you already have on the books. Take real steps to protect board members from harassment and intimidation so they can focus on what they were elected to do, serve the children of this town. We can disagree on policy, we can debate priorities, that's what democracy is all about. But when disagreement turns into threats, when political opposition turns into hate, that's where we must draw the line. My wife was elected because she spoke openly about her values and stood strong for the parents and students of Marlboro. She has kept that promise. Now it's time for this board to keep its promise, to ensure a safe, civil, and respectful environment for everyone who serves this district. Let's bring the temperature down, enforce your own policies, and show the people of Marlboro that leadership and integrity still mean something here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Paloma. Mr. Caravello, anyone else?
Sure. Moshe Grant? Seeing none. Mrs. Cruz? No. Mr. John Adley?
John Adley, Morganville, New Jersey. I'm here to mention, or to talk about three things. Danielle, who I have saw what has been written on Facebook in the last 3 or 4 days, and I was aghast. I have seen you for the last 2 years fighting for the children of this community and for priorities as well. I've admired your courage, standing out to bullying, and sometimes on your own. And rest assured that the community is behind you. A lot of us here are behind you. So take courage in that. Secondly, with what was said earlier, it is alleged that there are 2 members on this BOE that are involved in this group, alleged group. I believe Mr. Chad Hyatt, who is the vice president, is in that group, and I will ask him 3 particular questions. Are you in that group? And if so, do you regret that conversation?
Mr. Ali, I'm sorry. Can you direct the questions to me as the board president?
Of course.
Thank you.
As a board president, I would like to know if your vice president was involved in that group, and if he is, does he regret being in that group? And if he is, will he resign to show some sort of decency? And also, there is a husband of another member in the BOE in that group. I would like to hear if that member in your BOE condemns those texts and being part of that group. As for the statements that were captured and placed on Facebook, I want everybody in this Board of Education and everybody in the public, imagine if these statements were made about their wives or daughters or even mothers. A lot of people move into Marlboro for the excellence of education in Marlboro. These actions are affecting not only the image of Marlboro, the image of the BOE, your image in front of the children. Believe me, the children know. They know. But also the economic, there is an economic impact on people who have moved into this community, because now there's not going to be a lot of people moving in because of what's the shenanigans that are happening. This BOE has been, quite frankly, performing below par for the last 2 years, and it's time to get your act together because the public is fed up. There is a price to pay to live in Morganville and in Marlboro, and we expect you to rise up and take care of our children, their education, not this nonsense. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Malomo, you were addressed in Mr. Adley's comments. Do you want to say anything?
Just thank you for your words. They mean a lot to me.
Mr. Hyatt, you were addressed in Mr. Adley's comments. Would you like to say anything?
I have no comment.
Thank you. Please, please, please. Mr.
We're down to your first list.
That's it? Is there anyone else who wants to come up?
Double check.
Okay.
They're here.
Before we go any further, is there anyone else who wants to speak? Just to make sure, I see a hand up, but I want to just find out if there's anyone else who wants to speak regarding the referendum. The referendum first, please. Okay, that's clear.
There are no more people on the first list.
But there are people on the first list who were limited to referendum only who also wanted to speak on the other.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
So I think we should go.
Okay. Okay.
For those who wanted to speak during round one, who did not have an opportunity to speak on other matters, we're going to let you come back up and speak on the other matters. And then we're going to close public comments after that, okay? We want to give those people in first round their opportunity to sort of not be eliminated.
Mr. Cohen, can I ask a question? When everybody signed up, was it designated that they had to sign up for second round if it was not for the referendum? Or did they just choose randomly to only sign up for second?
No, I labeled the sign-in sheets and put them out there. So the first one said first public comment, referendum, agenda items and discussion.
So all the names chose, they didn't know that the was only for the referendum?
They did. It was written, yep.
So those, all those names, they don't want to speak during first public comment?
No, it says second public comment on top.
No, we are going to let, if you sign up for round one, we're going to allow people to speak on round one about any other topics that they wanted to speak about. And then we have a second set of we have a sign-in sheet for the second round of public comments, which is for the second part of our agenda when we have public comments number 2.
Can anybody who wants to speak at 1 instead of 2 speak like we always do and open it up to anybody else who wants to speak? It says that the executive session is going to be over an hour, so.
We can call, the problem with that, and I just want to be sensitive to this, the problem with that is that if we open up public comments for second round to speak during first, we will exceed the 60 minutes. It will slow down, it will postpone the start of the exec. So I'm okay with opening up the comments. First, let's go to the individuals who had not had a chance to speak on other matters that they had signed up for, and then we can start with the sheet, and we'll watch the time to make sure we give everyone a chance to speak. If we cannot do it during first round, they will do it during second round.
Can I just
want
ask
to give people an opportunity to speak?
Can I just ask a question regarding the 1 hour versus speaking? Can you please remind me, I know we have a policy on public comments, but if that's in the policy of public comments for 1 hour, I'd just say there's a lot of things in policy that aren't being adhered to. So I just kindly ask that we let them speak and not worry about the 1 hour. I'm okay with,
I'm sorry.
if you're asking me, or you're not asking me, but if the statement, and this is just directed generally to the board, if the statement is that we're going to delay executive session so that people could speak or whatever, I don't want to misquote you, Mr. Cohen, I'm okay with that, because then everybody is waiting and they are here, and I guess a lot of people, it looks like, want to say something. So if we could, I kindly ask that we forgo that. We've done that before. We had a meeting where public comments went on for hours, and I allowed people to speak their piece, and I just think it's fair to the community. That's all I'm asking.
So, first response is that the public comment statement says 60 minutes pursuant to our policy, so we're not violating any policies.
You're just wasting time.
We are not, we have, as long as I've been sitting in the seat, this is the largest audience we've had, right? I'm not familiar with what you have done in the past in some of your meetings.
June 20th, we had hours of public comments, and that's what I'm referencing.
2024?
23.
23.
Yes.
So 2 years ago. So
Yeah,
I'm
that's
not-
fine. I don't need you, I'm not asking you.
I'm just not familiar with it.
That's okay. That's why I'm bringing it up, because I don't know if you were in the audience that day, but people wanted to speak their piece, and I wanted to respect that. So I'm asking you, could we forego and just let people speak? I'm asking you, and if people don't agree, that's okay too. I'm just asking.
There are about 4 or 5 people on the first list that haven't had a chance to speak. No, I'm saying if they come back up. Okay. So we have 13 people on the second list at 3 minutes apiece. That's about another hour's worth of speaking. So I'm prepared to allow you to sort of go through the second list so that everyone has a chance to speak. But if you're not signed up, all right, we would need to sort of have them sign up for the second round of comments. Okay? Is that fair? Is everyone okay with that? I think that's the easiest way to handle this. If you have not signed up, then you sign up for the second round of comments when we come back. And if you have signed up, you will have an opportunity to speak during first round now. Mr. Caravello, can we go back to the list, please?
Sure. Stephen Smith. Stephen Smith.
And Rose, be first. I don't. Steve Smith, Marlboro. I have 2 kids in Dugan. Mr. Balone, you and I had a pleasant conversation the other day when you called me. You recall that? You told me that you were pretty much hands off from the situation that's been all over the press, right? That you have no true oversight on the board. You can't decide who gets removed and all like that, correct?
If you can finish your questions and comments, and then we can we'll address them.
Who here is? Is it the president that's sitting there acknowledging the fact that his VP was involved in this vile stuff, along with the husband of another board member? Actually, Mr. Cohen, you're aware of the restraining order, right? This is public knowledge, it's not a secret, right? So your VP is talking about another member in vile ways. You've had days to think about this. What are you going to do about it as president? That's a question. I have 2 minutes left. I'll give you a chance to answer.
Sorry, this is during board comments. During comments, you get to ask your questions. If you've concluded your comments, then your time is up. If you want to keep on speaking for the remaining time, you can go right ahead.
I don't
But this is
understand
not-
why
but
adults are acting like children and other adults are allowing it.
Mr. Smith.
If my son was speaking about another little girl as such, you wouldn't expect me to take some type of action to correct that as a responsible adult? You're the one in charge. We're asking you to take a responsible action. Right? It's a very simple ask. I don't know you from a hole in the wall. You might be the greatest guy in the world. Love to have a beer with you. Right now, this is abysmal. This is embarrassing. This is all over the national news. You're the president. You're going to be the face of it. Obviously, she's been going through this for a while, and you haven't done anything about it for a while. But now to the national news. Now you have 13, 20 people here to speak to you about it. I would really implore you to give us a direct answer tonight. I know that you're not going to answer any of this. I know your compatriots all quit and dropped out of their races. You're going to sit there and stay silent and all like that. That's fine, all right? It's the real cowardice man taking his toll, all right? I'm a combat veteran. I fought in Afghanistan. I walked a beat in Brooklyn. I ran in burning buildings in Brooklyn for over a decade. So if you want to see what you should try to strive to become, it's me. Take responsibility in your life. Who talks to a woman like that? You should be embarrassed. I wouldn't even hang out with people that talk to them like that. But apparently, you're in a group chat, and I would assume you're close friends.
Thank you. Next.
Erica Smith?
Okay. I want to address, my name is Erica Smith. I live in Marlboro. My kids go to Dugan as well. I want to address the recent reports of bullying behavior involving members of our Board of Education and individuals associated with it. Unfortunately, this is not new. I have personally witnessed at least 2 instances which Superintendent Mr. Ballone himself attempted to intimidate or pressure the board of the Dugan PTO, seemingly to target Mrs. Bellomo. The first incident occurred during our end-of-year field day. A Dugan teacher has requested a game that involved students throwing wet socks at a wall. Yes, I'm talking about wet socks. During this event, we were called to say that Mrs. Bellomo herself needed to clean the socks off the wall. I'm sorry, I'm aggravated. While wrapping up the PTO was the event, we were hosting a luncheon where we were informed that Mrs. Bellomo was being singled out and told she was to personally clean the wet socks from the wall. For clarity, Field Day is a student-run event, a school-run event supported by the PTO, not run by the PTO. We assist where needed, but cleanup is the responsibility of the school staff. The game was specifically requested by a teacher, but nonetheless, our PTO has always and will always gladly help out where possible. The second incident took place at a playground play date, an informal event that is organized by the PTO but not run by the PTO. During the event, Superintendent Mr. Ballone called our principal instructing that Mrs. Bellomo was to come and clean the playground. Another request to clean chalk drawings on the blacktop was made. Chalk, yes, I'm talking about chalk. Mr. Ballone hired a private company to power wash the playground. The company came when we were conducting our kindergarten orientation and caused damage to our playground. We were never given the opportunity to clean it, even though we shouldn't have to, and for us to follow the bylaws and get 3 quotes and hire the most qualified and best priced company. Following this, the PTO was asked, both formally and informally, by Mr. Ballone to pay over $2,000 in damage. That would come from our PTO, that was the money raised for our children. We are still awaiting an official response from Mr. Ballone as to we disagreed that we will not be paying this. Our PTO exists to support students, families, and staff of Dugan Elementary, not to serve as a political or personal target. The repeated attempts to publicly undermine and intimidate volunteers, particularly those who devote countless unpaid hours to bettering our school community, are deeply concerning and should not be tolerated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carabello.
Dara, any?
Good evening, Mr. Ballone, members of the board, and members of the community. My name is Dara, and I'm a former member of the Board of Education, where I proudly served for 6 years. During that time, I learned firsthand why policies such as 9202, civility, were created. There's also a policy on social media, about social media. It's there to maintain respect, integrity, and safety within our school community. Tonight, I'm calling on this board and Superintendent Ballone to immediately enforce policy 9202 regarding the recent conduct involving the 5 parents who participated in the text thread that was so vile. It was harassing, and it was completely unacceptable. There's absolutely no reason for delay. This policy is clear, the behavior violates it, and the community deserves to see accountability. Don't forget, I served on the policy committee for a very long time, and even at a time where there were just 2 of us. Even more troubling is that a sitting board member, Mr. Hyatt, was part of that group, and so was Aditi Gandhi's husband. Beyond that, Mrs. Gandhi herself has engaged in publicly attacking me and my husband on social media. She mocked him for being a blue-collar worker. Remember that, Mrs. Gandhi?
Miss Annie, please direct your comments to me. Please.
Last time I brought it up that she made comments and totally tried to degrade him for being a blue-collar worker and holds a second job, even though he had a 4-year college degree, and I brought up the fact that there was a policy on this. The attorney that was there that night, as well as the rest of the board and you, Mr. Ballone, chose to do nothing about it. This is not only inappropriate, it's elitist, discriminatory, and disgraceful. I came to that board meeting. I asked you guys to take action to stop her, and I asked you to do so based on policy. Nothing was done. It continued. It has escalated, and look where we are today. It still includes somebody from her family. You chose to do nothing. I am therefore demanding that both Mr. Hyatt and Mrs. Gandhi step down from their positions immediately. The board members here are held to a higher standard. And when the standard is broken so egregiously, resignation is the only acceptable outcome. We deserve more as a community. Leaders are here to uplift, not degrade. We need leaders who lead with
Ms. Annie,
civility and
you'll have
not
to conclude.
hostility. I have to stop. No one else
No,
did. You
I,
got it.
I just said you have to conclude. Thank you. Mr. Hyatt, Mrs. Gandhi, you were both named. Would you have anything that you want to say? Thank you. Can I have the next speaker, Mr. Caravello?
Mr. Petruno?
Aldo Petruno, Morganville, New Jersey. So now, the item that I actually came here to speak about tonight, instead of the referendum. Let's go back and I just want to give you guys a quick timeline. Prior to Mr. Ballone becoming superintendent, we had a father in town who was banned from all MTPS properties for using profanity on a school bus or near a school bus, something along that line. I want to say that what transpired in that text message with Chad being in it and Aditi's husband being in it is way more egregious than using a curse word near a bus. So I would like to request that the board make a motion to ban everybody in that group chat, plus Ms. Gandhi, from MTPS property. According to policy 9202, it's something that the board can take upon themselves and it doesn't require the superintendent. And then as far as the superintendent, Mr. Ballone, I have to ask you a question because on September 11th...
Mr. Petruno, please
yeah, that's
direct it to me.
fine. They'll go through you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so on September 11th, Danielle notified the police, right? And then on the 13th, she got the protective order against Ms. Gandhi's husband. Now, she emailed you on the 13th to let you guys know about this, right? She also emailed you on, what was it, the 9th of October, I'm sorry, the 8th of October, to ask you if you were doing anything about it because there was a PTO president's meeting the next day. Mr. Ballone, you responded saying that at this time, Mr. Caravello, because the policy reads that the secretary of the board would be directed by the superintendent to notify the authorities. You told her that at this time, Mr. Caravello is not being directed to do that, but that if she wanted to, she could contact the police on her own accord. The next day, 10/9, was the PTO president's meeting, right? And rather than providing the protection that would make Ms. Balomo feel comfortable enough to come, you actually invited Aditi, who didn't come, and then you let Chad into the meeting instead, when it was known that he was involved in this group chat. So it makes me just need to ask you the question, when did you invite Chad, and why did you invite Chad? And on top of that, once you knew that he was in the group chat, which was put out before this meeting, why did you let him into that PTO meeting? It almost looks like you're aiding them instead of assisting Ms. Balomo. That's actually a complete breach of your fiduciary responsibilities that's in your employment contract, which is terms for dismissal.
Thank you. Mr. Caravello?
Ashley McCormack?
Ashley McCormack, 16 Riley Road, Morganville, New Jersey. I'm here tonight as a concerned parent, a previous board member, a taxpayer, and a community member who's also had enough. Every person on this dais was elected to lead with integrity, to represent the residents of Marlboro, and to set an example for our children. Yet only a few of you are truly living to that responsibility. What came to light last week was both shocking and unacceptable. 5 grown men parents in this district participating in a group text thread that threatened the life of a sitting board member and contains sexual harassing text messages about her. Let that sink in. Adults in our own community thought it was acceptable to threaten and degrade a woman, an elected official, a colleague, and a mother of three. That board member, Mrs. Danielle Belomo, has served this town with dedication, honoring the commitment she made to the people of Marlboro. The behavior of those 5 men crosses every line: civility, respect, human decency. I ask you this: if that same text message thread had targeted a teacher or a staff member, would this district have remained silent? I know firsthand how Policy 9202, civility, is meant to work. 4 years ago, my husband used inappropriate language towards a bus driver. The district enforced the policy immediately, and we accepted it. What I cannot understand is why the same policy has not been enforced now, when the conduct in question involves a violent threat and sexual harassment. Superintendent Balone, your inaction sends a clear message that harassment and threats are tolerated. That's unacceptable. Policy 9202 exists for that exact reason, to address behavior that turns toxic and undermines the safety and integrity of our schools. It must be enforced. Vice President Chad Hyatt, your participation in that group chat is a blatant violation of the trust placed into you by this community. The fact that you continue to sit here after everything that has surfaced is disgraceful. Do the right thing. Resign immediately. Board member Ms. Gonding, your husband was also a part of that same group, and your continued engagement with his disgusting online posts make it impossible for you to separate your position from his actions. Silence in the face of wrongdoing is complicity. For that reason, I also call for your resignation. This community deserves better. Marlboro cannot heal without accountability. The time for excuses is over. It's time to restore integrity, civility, and true leadership to this board. I am requesting the board take action and do the right thing.
Thank you. Next.
Mark Chesler, Chester, I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name.
Good evening. My name is Mark Chesler, Marlboro, New Jersey. I've attended several of these meetings over the last few years. I've watched nearly all on the YouTube channel. I've never really come close to speaking. I feel like it's at a point where I can no longer remain silent. The purpose of a Board of Education is to govern a local school district, setting policy, managing the budget, and hiring the superintendent to ensure all students receive a high-quality education. Sorry, excuse me, I'm just reading it all. Ultimately acting to provide a thorough and safe educational experience for the children. Unfortunately, before me tonight is a collection of people who seem to be intent on reaching new levels of embarrassment at every opportunity, focused on embarrassing each other and isolating board members, leaning into the political division that plagues this country, comfortable stacking committees and forming cliques, rather than conferring with a fellow board member with opposing views to better understand a segment of your constituents who may not share your values. You're not concerned about the kids. You're concerned about your personal agendas. You use your board seat as a weapon, not as a forum for production. The worst part, you have no dignity, no shame. You do it online, nothing is off limits to you, not even families. Classroom integrity may be eroding, but you continue to denigrate each other at every turn. You do it online, you do it at public gatherings, hell, you do it at board meetings. You do it with a twisted sense of pride that has me question if you have the right set of morals and values to be entrusted with the responsibility this board holds. There is not even a hint of civility, and the worst part is if I called out the guilty parties right now, the immediate response would be a pointing of fingers about what a counterpart said. This reached a tipping point when the group text message was shared on the Facebook page this week. The message read with vulgarity, hate, violence, and sexual abuse. It included members of this Board of Education, spouses, and candidates. At this point, some involvement is confirmed and some is alleged. Regardless, the fact that every single member of this Board of Education is yet to come out and condemn these actions and those involved tells me that you condone it. And if that's the case, it makes you complicit in my eyes. I don't want to hear the excuse that a spouse speaks for themselves and you don't speak for them. If you have promised your life to one another, you share morals and values with them. This is your opportunity to speak up and condemn those hateful words. Tell us you believe all those involved were wrong, or at least tell us who you really are. If I'm being honest, this whole situation has frightened me, not from a personal standpoint, because I have all the faith that each one of you involved is a coward at heart. More so because you are conniving enough to fool the great people of this town, pretending to be someone who cares. You position yourself to affect my children, and that's enough of a threat for me. As I watch the situation evolve, I'm hopeful that most will see your true colors and we can get back to what's most important, the children. I hope to see all of you commenting and making this passive-aggressive responses on Facebook posts. Dare I even say have the gall to speak civilly with each other without attacking one another. This has been my town for nearly 40 years. My town, our town. There is no place for actions like these. It's your time to put the town above yourself and resign your respective seats to let the adults look after the children.
Thank you. Mr. Caravello?
Mary Morrissey, I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name.
My name is Mary Morrissey Gabriel. I am an almost 30-year resident of Morganville, right across the street in Country Hills. And I am here today because I'm absolutely disgusted by what this board has done to our town and disgraced our name. By their sarcasm, by Miss Aditi Gandhi, by Mr. Chad Hyatt, by everyone being quiet and complicit and not standing up. I am here because I have soon-to-be 21-year-old twins, and I need to set an example. I've never met Miss Belomo. I've never voted for Miss Belomo. Sorry. But you know what? I wear this sticker, this badge, proudly because I need to stand up for what is right. And that's what we need to do as a community. I am asking you here, before I ask, I've been an officer in a publicly traded healthcare company. I've operated under a corporate integrity agreement. I'd be happy to consult on that. I've come in and I've cleaned up messes. And you need to do what's right and enforce policy 9202. And you need to stay off social media and be sarcastic about accusing people of attacking you when you're responding with sarcasm because it's just not right. So I've never been to one of these meetings before, and I do this for the members of Marlboro. I do this for my twins. I have one on the left and one on the right. It doesn't matter. We do what is right. If this would have happened to a child, any of these text messages, they would have been thrown out of school and suspended. What is the policy? Why are we not enforcing this? And I ask you right now to please take action. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Caravello.
Corey Ackerman. Corey Ackerman. See him? Eugene Jenin. Or Gennon, sorry.
It's Gennon, it's all right. Thank you very much. My name is Eugene Gennon. I'm from Morganville. Thank you, Mr. Balone, for speaking with me earlier. Last week, I think it was, and inviting me to speak here. Just wanted to say I'm a taxpayer. I've lived here for roughly 8 years. After seeing what I came to several board meetings in the past, never spoke. Not the biggest fan of public speaking to begin with, but nevertheless, you got to do what's right. So I'm doing what's right. What I saw come out against Danielle was ridiculous, inexcusable, and quite frankly, an embarrassment for our town. I just don't know how to spin it. My wife feels completely uncomfortable, endangered, coming around people that talk about women like that. Honestly, the language used was not something I've ever used or would even think of using, and to have people like that represent my school district, let alone have my children come around. This is a school, safe place. Children should not be around this kind of behavior. You guys should be setting examples for teachers and students from the top down. I'd like to know how the board plans on focusing on the agenda items and what needs to be done when this is what's going on behind the scenes. I mean, I don't know what to even say. Especially, you don't even have all the attention from all the board members, which is kind of mind-boggling. You just look around. Some are looking, some are not. The whole night, by the way, the whole night. Zero respect for the community and the taxpayers. What was said in my mind is political violence or preceding political violence, because we know what comes next. We've seen it. And the mayor stated it himself. We know what's coming next. It's not something that we want or wish on anyone, let alone Danielle, a sitting board member who's fighting for our children, whether you agree with her policies or not. She's putting in her time, and she's a devoted community member. My friends messaging me since the story came out, my brother, my friends, coworkers, saying, what is going on in your town? How do you have people like this running your school district, let alone all the taxes in New Jersey keep going up and up and up, and this is what we're paying for over here. I mean, I don't know, I can't make this one up, I gotta tell you. The criteria they're pushing, these are, with all due respect, radical left people that, in my opinion, belong nowhere around children. Nowhere. I don't care what you believe. These are not people that belong, and I emphasize this to Mr. Balone. I don't know what the policies are, who's going to take action about this. These are not people that belong around children. They're not. Look what they push. Look how they speak about women. Look how they take their words and turn them into violence. And last but not least, Mr. Cohen, their beliefs, and you know what beliefs I'm talking about? You're Jewish. We have to watch out, because their beliefs are coming after us next, and we all know it.
Thank you. Mr. Cruz?
Sorry about that. I said, I don't know you. I'm sorry you have to go through that. My daughter.
Can you just state your name? And
Miguel Cruz.
Thank you very much.
Morganville. So my daughter went to school here. She now left the school because she was going to get a hit against her for some of the very actions that took place here now. There's another child in my neighborhood who's looking to have a hit put against him for words that are far less worse than this, yet we're sitting here condoning this kind of behavior. And our children are supposed to look up to the people in this building and the people that are right here sitting behind the blue desk. So how is it that you enforce rules on children, and very strict rules, threatened suspension, 10-day suspension, 7-day from the bus, yet you still have the same board members that did this sitting here? You could take the rest of the time and do whatever you want with that, but that's a real deep question for you to think about.
Thank you. Mr. Carabello.
Andrea Caparelli? I really can't make out this name, but I think the first name is Angela, and the address is Colts Neck.
Hi, thank you. My name is Angelique Volpe, actually.
Angelique.
I do live in Colts Neck. I will keep my comments brief. I do want to thank the Marlboro community for letting me speak tonight, even though I do not live here. I am currently the president of the Board of Education in Colts Neck, but I am exclusively speaking tonight for myself as a parent and just a disgusted resident of hearing what happened to Mrs. Balomo. I'm here to support her and to thank her for her unwavering service that she's given to this district. This district was a pillar of strength and leadership not too long ago. It was a pillar of strength and leadership. You guys led New Jersey in the parental rights fight, and we owe a lot of credit to you ladies. Mrs. Valentino and Annette, I don't see her here. I don't have my glasses. Oh, okay. And I remember going to meetings with you and all the dedication that you guys gave to that movement, and I'm so proud to be associated with all three of you ladies. Thank you. I just want to make a comment. As president, I run my board with respect, integrity, and transparency, and I'm absolutely appalled of what goes on in your district. It's an absolute embarrassment. And I just don't even understand how this can go on in such an exclusive neighborhood as Marlboro. And keeping with protocol as a person speaking, I will address the board president. Your vice president has nerve to be sitting up at this dais and not responding to any of these allegations. It's absolutely embarrassing. It really is embarrassing. I also want to point out Mrs. Gandhi. She should be ashamed of herself. You had the nerve to go on my social media, my page, I don't know who the hell you think you are, to comment and make laughing emojis. You have some nerve. You shouldn't even be serving the public. You're another embarrassment. Okay, and I want to bring back, I don't know the specifics of what had happened, but somebody on this board was basically badgered about not having a college education. I'm not sure who that was. Mrs. Seward? Well, I just want to let you know, I'm so sorry, and I apologize. Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize how you were treated. I just want to let everybody know that I do not have a college education, and I have done very well for myself, and I run the Colson Township Board of Education, and I do it very, very well, okay? And I just want to thank you for your time. I won't take up any more time, but you two should be ashamed of yourself.
Thank you. Mr. Hyatt, Mr. Gandhi, do you have anything you? Thank you.
Okay,
next.
Last on the
speaker.
list, Doug Moore. Nope. Okay, then no one left on this list.
Okay, since there is no one else on the list, we're going
May
to...
may I excuse myself from the table for a public comment?
I'm sorry, can I close?
No, because I would like to speak as a citizen.
You're not on the list. But if you're going to get up, Ms. Seward, if I open it up to people who are not on the list, I have to extend that to everyone in fairness.
I'm a board member, Brian.
Mr. Moore has his hand up. He's in the back.
Let me close public comments, and then I will allow board members to have their opportunity to speak. No,
It's okay. I'll do it from here.
Excuse me,
I'll
but
do
our
it from
board,
here.
excuse me, our board policy does not allow anyone to cede their time to another speaker. It's clearly in our policies. I can't extend that.
It's okay. It's an ethics violation. Let it be.
We cannot have this back and forth. I apologize. Okay? Mr. Moore, are you asking to speak because you had your hand raised? Mr. Moore, you were the last one on the list. Thank you.
Doug Moore, Morganville. I'm not really great at public speaking, but my daughter just started kindergarten this year, and my wife told me about what happened, and it made me like, I'm trying not to curse, but I got really angry to see that. It's 5 men ganging up on a woman. That's pathetic in my mind. And you could take notes and write my name down or whatever you need to do. It made me sick to my stomach, and I got friends calling me, asking me, I feel very bad for you and your family. It's embarrassing, personally. Like, it's just embarrassing. And I don't know what else to say. I really want to curse bad, but I'm not going to. I hear things about people with blue collar workers, no educations. We're parents, we're people, you know, and we pay taxes and we want you to do the right thing. And if, this is just wrong. It's wrong, 100% wrong. No apologies or nothing. I mean, what's it going to take? You know, what's going to take next? They threaten violence. I mean, this is ridiculous. What are we doing? You know, and I wasn't going to say nothing, but he called my name, so I figured I'd come up and say something. Thank you for your time. Do the right thing. Do the right thing. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Okay, there is nobody else on the list. We are, as we...
I came just as they pulled the list. I only need 1 minute, if that's okay. I don't need the whole 3 minutes.
I'm sorry, if I when we began this, we had agreed, I had stated that we were going to sort of go through the second list, and that anyone who was not on the second list would have to be signed up for the second round of public comments. I apologize, but if I extend the courtesy to you, even for a minute, I have to extend it to everyone in the room, and it's not fair to everybody who has to do this. So I apologize. All right, we're going to have to sort of say, I'm going to let everyone who wants to still speak. We're going to put the list back out for the second round. You can go back and you can sign up on the second round for list. Right now, since there is no one else on the list, I'm going to make a motion to close public comments. Can I have a second? Ms. Carrero. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Public comments is closed. The next item on our agenda is to go into executive session.
I'm sorry, do we get to speak? I know Mrs. Siebert was
If
speaking.
you'd like to speak, I'll open it to board members to speak.
Thank you.
Who would like? Which board members would like to speak? Ms. Seward.
Just a few days ago, I sent an email to Mr. Hyatt, just for transparency and clarity and honesty on people who think that I might not have been so vocal. You see Facebook. I'm going to read to you from my board email to his. Mr. Hyatt, I've taken some time to reflect before sending this, but it needs to be addressed directly. The scandal surrounding your group chat behavior has brought an overwhelming amount of negative attention to our town and the Marlboro Board of Education. The trust, confidence, and respect once expected of an elected board member has been completely compromised. For years, you've positioned yourself as a critic of others, mostly of mine, questioning motives, integrity, and professionalism at every turn. Yet the irony here speaks for itself. The very standards you demanded of everyone else are the ones that you failed to uphold yourself. And now the entire community is left to carry the embarrassment of your actions. The truth is, the situation has already caused significant harm to the board's credibility and to the public's faith in our ability to lead, especially since you hold leadership position. The most responsible, to put it bluntly, the only honorable path forward would be for you to resign. The district deserves better than you being defined by this scandal and hypocrisy. Your clear violation of Board Policy 9202 must be met with accountability and self-awareness. Nothing excuses your behavior. And while I won't speculate on what else could come to light, I think it's fair to say the story might not be over. For your own sake and for the sake of the students, staff, and families we represent, stepping down now would at least be one decision that reflects integrity. Please consider. To address also the lack of comment from board leadership, I did also send emails to our board president requesting such, where I was met with the comment that the attorney has been involved. I don't know, I was not even granted access to email our attorney when I requested permission to do so. I was also advised that we would be discussing things in executive session, but I also am requesting the removal of Chad. I'd like to motion for new business. Not only, it's two-pronged. First, I motion for Chad to immediately be removed as vice president because your leadership or lack thereof is not something I feel comfortable representing this board in any capacity, way, shape, or form. You will not speak on my behalf ever again. The second prong is that Brian Cohen be removed as president because also I don't stand by your approach at leadership, ignoring the situation, not addressing the community, not addressing your board members, not even a veiled check-in with board members to make sure that everyone felt safe, because we're human beings and mothers and daughters and, children. So also, I motion for Chad to step down as VP and Brian to step down as president, and I elect Valentina Mendez and Danielle Belomo to fill their positions.
Thank you. You can certainly make those motions during new business. Any other board members want to speak?
Yes, I do. I just want to, thank you. I just want to ask genuinely of the whole board. I know some of us have been vocal. I'm a mom of 3. Putting aside board member differences, because apparently I am the black eye of Marlboro because of my work I've done on policy 5756 that Mr. Hyatt has coined me as standing up for our children and our parents' rights. Putting that aside, I just want to say that to my fellow board members, aside from Mrs. Seward and Mrs. Belomo, I didn't hear anything from anybody. You can't sit here as parents in this community and think that this is okay, putting aside that you don't agree or people don't agree with things at times that myself, Mrs. Belomo, or Mrs. Seward say or our viewpoints. But you can't sit back as just community members and think that this is okay, what was said. I am disgusted as a mother, and it's upsetting to me that our board sits here and says nothing. You can't sit here, one grandmother, mothers, you're a father. Like, this is not okay. And nobody is saying anything which makes us feel uneasy. Coming in, I felt so uneasy. It is not okay. And nobody is saying anything. And it's making me not feel good. So I will second your motion. I am with you. What? I'm sorry. Let me take that back.
No, I'll say it again.
Please, Mr. Lolansky, I just want to give you credit. My apologies.
Yeah, I
You did condemn
the
that.
video and then such language and such
You
behavior.
did.
Totally.
My apologies. Mr. Lolansky is a good man, and he's taking a beating too. And I just want to say that he condemned the behavior immediately and disassociated with himself. So I just want to say, I'm sorry I missed your name. You are a good man, and I have your back when I see people saying things about you that are not true.
Thank you. I did.
Any other board members want to speak?
Yes, I would like to speak.
Ms. Belomo, go ahead.
I'm not prepared to speak tonight. I actually had no intention of speaking tonight, and I'm overwhelmed with the amount of support and the voices in our community. There's one thing that I can't look past that the community may not have been aware of was happening the same night that these messages were released, and that was Sitting Vice President Chad Hyatt's comments to me online. Ms. Valentina Mendez had posted a campaign flyer, and I gave my support to her. Mr. Hyatt started commenting about a mom group that I'm involved with that advocates for parental rights. When I spoke in support of Mrs. Mendez and the mom group, I'm going to read you the comments that Mr. Hyatt wrote to me the same night that these messages were revealed to the community. You are all that is wrong with society. Danielle Belomo was tagged. Danielle Belomo, you are all that is wrong with society. But it's good to know that Val and Carrie are backed by your hate groups. Thank you for confirming. He then goes on to tell me that Danielle Belomo, tagged again, you just fly your bigot flag on full display. I kind of admire that. When I told him that the only flag I fly is the American flag, he responded with, tagging me again, Danielle Belomo, you are a real piece of work and a stain on our board. I think that's important to know that this is the way my board vice president is speaking to me at the same time this is going on in our community. This is not just an isolated attack. This is attacks that have been going on written, verbally, in person, on my life for the last 18 months. And to have to sit here amongst the same person tonight, the same people tonight, I can't even put it into words. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board members want to speak? I will then like to say something, and this is not an official statement of the board at this point because we're going to go into exec at the next after this. But I want to say that, you know, first, Ms. Mendez, right after this came to light last week, I reached out to you, and we talked, and I had said to you that the motion you had made at the last meeting about a code of conduct and the need for this, right, was something that was so important, and I wanted to work with you immediately about it.
You did,
Okay?
and I did send over, so
I did
thank you.
speak out about that amongst you, with you. Ms. Palomo, I did send you an email that same day expressing my concern and asking if there was anything you needed from me, all right?
To which I responded to you and Mr. Balone to please enforce policy 9202 civility for my protection and my family's safety.
You did, if that was the response, then yes, I acknowledge that you did respond to that. You did send that email to me, Mr. Balone, okay? I would like to say that, you know, as a Marlboro resident, as a family member, as an elected member of this board, I want my family, I want every family in this town to feel safe without condition. Without condition. Excuse me. Thank you. We must stand together against any type of violence in any form, and to do everything within our power to stop it. Anything less is simply unacceptable. Personally, I believe that respect and civility aren't optional. They are the foundation of how we serve. My hope is that this moment brings us to a different point, all right? That has led, and that will help not only guide us as board members, but also potentially help attract others to continue to want to run for this board. That is my biggest fear, all right? So with that, all right, we still have to follow our policies. We still have to follow our rules. Excuse me. Excuse me. With that, the board has not met. We are going to go into executive session, be it that there's no one else who wants to speak. All right? Board members.
I would like to speak one more time. I emailed Mr. Balone on September 13th. I let him know that the Superior Court had issued a protective order. I sent a copy of that protective order. I then emailed again on October, a couple times in between, again on October 6th, again on October 7th. I said, please enact the policy for my safety. I expressed to him I did not feel safe. At Marlboro Day, when I was working for the MTPS, I expressed to him I did not feel safe going to my PTO meeting, president's meeting, where members of the board who are not involved in the PTOs were somehow present 2 months in a row. Other community members said, please protect Danielle Belomo. I then, after the text messages, came to light, or the group came to light, I emailed you again, and I said, I need policy 9202. What if something would have happened to me or my children while you were waiting? I said, can you please report it to law enforcement as outlined in the first line of the policy? Mr. Balone responded that Mr. Caravello is not being instructed to follow that policy. He is not being instructed to report this to the police. There has been a week lapse where you chose not to, if you had to have an emergency meeting, you could have had an emergency meeting. But we voted these policies in so they can be enforced. You don't need to vote a policy in to then vote again to enforce a policy when the policy has clearly been violated. You need to act. I hope you would act if it was a child. I hope you wouldn't wait a week before enacting a policy that could protect someone's life.
Mr. Cohen, can I just make one statement, if you don't mind? Just one piece. I want to clarify. You reached out to me right after, directly, and you did say it was important for that civility piece that I had put together, the resolution in the last meeting. So thank you for that. I did supply that to the board as a draft, asking for feedback, and that's okay. We said we would talk through it. So I wanted to clarify, you did reach out to me for that. What I'm referring to right now for me is this evening, that I know we're going to go to executive, and I appreciate that, and I'm sure we'll address a lot of these things there, and then we'll come out. I just am hoping that in this evening, we address people's questions, their concerns, Mrs. Seaworth's motion, which I know will come under new business. I just want to make sure. But you did reach out to me, and I want to clarify that statement.
Thank you. Okay, motion to go into exec. Thank you, Mrs. Mendez. Seconded.
Mr.
Lalansky. All in favor?
I cannot vote unless I know, is law enforcement coming into executive with us?
I'll come with you.
Yes.
Thank you.
The purpose of exec is strictly for attorney-client privilege matters. We will be in for 60 minutes. And we may take action afterwards based upon the action. We will? We will take action because we have the rest of our agenda. All in favor? Anyone opposed? We're going into exec.
Here.
Mrs. Carrero,
Here.
Mrs. Gandhi,
Here.
Mr. Hyatt,
Here.
Mr. Alonsky,
Here.
Mrs. Mendez,
Here.
Dr. Miskowitz,
Here.
Mrs. Seward,
Still here.
and Mr. Cohen.
Here. Thank you. Let me begin by apologizing to everyone that the executive session took longer than what we had planned. Sure, sorry about that. Let me begin by saying that I apologize on behalf of all my board members that the executive session has taken longer than what we expected. We had quite a bit of things to discuss. Excuse me? Yes, we had a very robust discussion. Let me begin by sort of, addressing everyone regarding a statement on behalf of the board, and I would like to sort of say that the statement is a joint statement on behalf both of the board and the district. Mr. Ballone is superintendent, myself as board president, and this was collaboratively done as by the board members that were present at the in-exec. Yes, those board members included Ms. Carrero, Ms. Gandhi, Ms. Mendez, Mr. Hyatt, myself, Dr. Miskowitz, Mr. Lolansky, and for part of that meeting, Ms. Seward, Ms. Palomo had left very early on. I will start by saying, just so everyone understands the context, we as a board have not and do not render statements without convening or collaborating on those statements. That has been a practice that this board has had in the past, something I followed. We do not issue statements on social media. In fact, this is the place in which we render our statements, publicly in meetings that are scheduled for board business. Again, this is a consistent practice that has been followed by previous boards, and in fact, this board has two prior presidents sitting here, Mr. Lolansky, Ms. Mendez, and when this matter occurred, I immediately consulted with them on what they had done in the past as a former president, and they both faced situations in which they had to sort of, render statements. So at some point, they can sort of comment on that if they choose, but I want to just make it perfectly clear that my actions were consistent with what this board has done prior to me sitting here as president. I'm going to offer some comments. First, I would like to say on behalf of the board members who participated in this collaborative statement that we will say as a board and as a district, we condemn the communications, specifically the text message that appeared on Facebook. The message was offensive, and no one should be subjected to language of that kind, nor feel threatened by these types of messages. We condemn threats of any kind to our board members. Every board member should feel safe to fulfill their role on this board or in the community. We emphatically condemn political violence of any kind. I want to make it clear that as soon as we learned of this matter, Mr. Ballone and I contacted our board attorney, and Mr. Ballone contacted the Marlboro Police Department to make them aware of what we learned. He was assured we would have the full support of the police department to protect our students, our schools, our district, and our board. In fact, as we've had in the past, we've had security at this meeting since early in this year, and we were assured that we would have the appropriate security for this meeting tonight, and that will continue to have that level of protection for our board members and our community who attend our meetings in the future. Thank you again to the Marlboro Police Department for supporting us in these times. I would like to now ask Mr. Kovacs, who is our board attorney, because we had a very extensive conversation in exec, he'll offer some comments on policy 9202. All right, I'm sorry. Ms. Mendez, did you want to say, well, let me open it up first to see if there's any other board members who would like to say something. All right, and then Mr. Kovats will complete with his statement on policy 9202.
I would like to say something.
I'm sorry?
I would like to say something.
Okay, we'll start with you, Ms. Bono.
Out of respect for the executive process and the inability to contribute unbiased information and unbiased opinions, I took it upon myself to recuse myself within minutes of entering the executive session. We have 2 sitting board members who are both part or have a spouse that is part of an open and active criminal investigation. They chose to stay, participate, and contribute in our executive session, and I believe that that session should be void of any decision-making that comes before our constituents tonight. Thank you.
I imagine that many of the board members are going to want to say something. Unless there's an objection, I'd like to sort of suggest that maybe we follow the roll call so that we can go around in a logical way, and give everyone an opportunity. If they choose to say something, they can, and if they choose not to say something, that is also their prerogative. Does anyone object to that approach? Mr. Caravello, would you please just, however you usually do roll call, just follow that to sort of, would you tee up the next board member, please?
I just do it in the order, in the way they're called. So, Mrs. Palomo, I know you spoke already. Okay. Mrs. Carrero?
I don't have anything to say.
Mrs. Gandhi?
I have nothing to say.
Mr. Hyatt?
No, I have nothing further to say.
Mr. Olansky?
No,
Mrs. Mendez?
Oh, wait,
Mr.
Olansky, you have the mic. Go right ahead.
Thank you, sir. I was going to say I participated in the executive session. I agree with your statement, Brian. Totally, I condemn everything that you said as well.
Thank you, Mr. Olansky.
Mrs. Mendez?
I agree with the statement that you read, because I was part of executive session, where I said I struggled is everything that came after. I know I was told I obviously can't share what was shared in executive session, so I have to keep it limited. But any inaction, whatever that might be, is a struggle for me. So where I told Brian, Mr. Cohen, I told you that I agree with the statement that was read. That's where I begin and end with the process. And I can't say more than that is what I was told.
All right, Dr. Miskowitz?
I have nothing to add other than what Mr. Cohen. I have nothing to add other than what Mr. Cohen has stated.
Mrs. Seward?
Although I spoke my sentiment condemning any type of behavior that has come to light in the last few weeks, I also would like to take a moment to have accountability for my own behavior. Some of you may not have seen me act in my proudest moments, and I'm being threatened that videos of me yelling are going to be released, so I just want to get ahead of that. I have and always will continue to do the right thing and think about every child in this district and every staff member in this district, but I have stooped down to other people's levels and behaved in ways that I'm not proud of, and I will be better, and I will try to have a little more self-control when it comes to getting my point across. That being said, whatever statements come from board leadership are not representative of my views. Mr. Cohen is not my board president, and Mr. Hyatt is not my board vice president, and I don't necessarily feel equally represented by leadership on this board. So moving forward, although they carry the title, they don't carry the respect that they should from me. And that's all.
Mr. Cohen?
I read my statement, and I stand behind it, and I made the statement earlier this evening, so I'm good, thank you. Mr. Kovacs, do you have anything you would like to add to this conversation?
Can you talk to the microphone, please?
No, because I'm having.
All right, we should have done that back there. It's getting late. Attorney-client privilege is an executive. Right, it's an executive. It's over. After 11 o'clock at night.
I like the.
Okay, we are going to move on with our agenda
I
now.
just had a question. Are we not then referencing the policy that was referenced multiple times? I thought we were going to say something. I'm just asking, not to you, Mr. Cohen. I don't know who it's directed to, but a policy came up and was addressed, and whatever happens, happens, but I thought we were giving some generic piece or something that was, I don't know what we're saying about it, but it was brought up multiple times in public comments. I'm just asking at all, are we addressing it?
I will address that. To address your comment directly.
Yes, please.
I provided the board with my analysis of the application of 9202 in closed executive session. It means exercising attorney-client privilege. I was asked to give my analysis of 9202, the policy, based upon the facts that was presented to me. I gave that analysis to the board. I'm not going to give it to you because that's attorney-client privilege.
We have an opportunity for public comment. Anyone who has signed up can come and ask these questions, but now is not the time to engage in a back and forth. That's what public comment is for. That's what public comment is for. Please let us continue with our board business so that we can complete the agenda and get to the public comments.
I just need, for someone who followed the school board ethics and recused themselves from an executive session where decisions were being made because of the inability to not have a biased decision as someone who is involved in the matter, I want to just break this down for the public and understand. You went into an executive session, you issued a blanket statement, and you allowed 2 members of this board who are actively involved in a criminal investigation, their spouse and them, and another board member, to weigh in and give advice as to how you were going to treat threats against me. And then you came out here and you said, we're not going to talk about it, and let's move on. Is that correct, Mr. Cohen? I'm addressing the president of this board.
I will not discuss what was done in attorney.
But you
I will not discuss what was done in executive session, that it would be an ethics violation for anyone, as well as attorney-client privilege issue.
Okay, I'll take the ethics charge. They're doing nothing. They're doing nothing. He's going to stay. They're doing nothing.
We're going to
file
move on.
every charge you would
we are
like
going
against
to move
me.
on
He
with
didn't
the
violate with a direct threat. They're doing nothing.
We will now move back on. I'm sorry. Comments and discussions are done. We are going to move back. We are going to continue to move on with the agenda.
So that wasn't considered a direct threat? Is that what we're saying? That this bitch must die is not a direct threat?
We are going to.
It's
we
not
are
a direct
going
threat.
to continue to move on.
This
with
is
the
why I
agenda.
tried to
can
stop
talk
you
about
from
my
becoming
nipples.
vice president.
Excuse me.
And we
The
could-
comment, the mic.
How about sexual harassment? Was that, was sexual harassment, was sexual harassment?
To move on with the agenda.
Please
That was
address
his
my
protege.
question.
That wasn't him. That was
Please,
his protege.
Please address my question, Mr. Cohen.
I've already said what I'm going to say. We're going to move on with the
We
agenda.
opened this up by taking a roll call. We did not close this discussion. I still have questions.
sorry,
I'm a sitting board member.
As the board president, it is my responsibility to keep order in this meeting. We must move on with the agenda.
Mr.
All right?
Cohen,
You have an opportunity.
order in this
you
meeting
have an
does not mean
opportunity-
silencing everybody.
You will have an opportunity during new business.
For
or old business
18
to bring up
months,
any
you
other
silenced
topics.
people who did not agree with you.
I'm sorry.
Can we just, I'm sorry, before we move on, I feel like we're moving on prematurely. I understand people may want to move on, but there's still, this is a very important topic. We can't just poo-poo it and move on to different things. Like, just pause and let everybody just, let Mrs. Bellomo, whoever, anybody on this board who wants to speak, like, we're moving past something that's important to the board. And it's important to the community. They're all sitting here. I'm just asking, can we just let people speak? As long as we're respectful to each other, why not? It's an important issue.
Sweep it
We
onto the
have.
road.
I just don't want to move past it, like we're not
I'm not
ignoring it.
suggesting we move past it. We have to complete our board of business, and then we have public comments where we can actually let people speak.
And I
right.
understand, Mr. Cohen.
that's-
I'm speaking with the utmost respect on this board, but I'm saying we have a board member who clearly has questions. Before we just say, all right, yeah, come back, we'll do it in new business or old business, no, we have a board member who has questions. Just let the board ask their questions. As long as we have civil discourse, that's all. And then we'll get to the important agenda items, but we can't move past it. It's not right.
I have no problem with the board member asking questions. Respectfully, and in a professional way, we can get through that. It does not mean that they're going to get the answers if they in fact are subject to executive session and they're subject to attorney-client privilege.
I did not
So-
ask for anything that was subject to attorney-client privilege other than who was in attendance when the decision-making was made and the conversations were being had, and the answer to that is everybody except myself. Okay? So there's nothing disrespectful about that. Secondly, this is abuse. To have me sit here and to have you say there's no threat and these messages aren't threatening and that sexual harassment is okay and that threats on my life are okay and we're not going to do anything about it? Is that what you do with our children? Because I have two in this district, and that is disgusting.
So before I walked out of executive, I asked for a 90-day suspension of any of the 5 involved board members to be permitted on school property. Considering the seriousness of this, I'm going for it. I'm going for it. Honestly, you can cut my mic. I'll just talk louder.
No, I'm going to caution you that what was discussed in executive session has not been approved to be discussed in public.
I've been on the other side of being a frustrated parent. It's why I ran for this board, because I watched previous administration and board leadership go into executive session for multiple hours. We all would sit here and wait, just like these parents did tonight. There has been a situation that arose over a week ago in this town, and I cannot sit by and let them think that I didn't try my best. So I'm speaking on my own behalf right now, aside from executive session. Will we implement a 90-day suspension for all 5 members of the group chat titled "This Bitch Needs to Die," so that board members can feel safe while the dust settles and the emotions calm down and we don't have to worry about being at PTA events or being at concerts or being at class parties or even just picking our children up from school without having run-ins with people who wish us dead. I'm just asking if that could be discussed publicly, if there's any administrative input, because I know if this was done to a school member, a faculty member, there would be a lot of discussion that we wouldn't be privy to because it would be a day-to-day situation. Now the tables are turned. These are parents in our district. They have access to our schools. They are sitting at our dais, and there is no repercussion. So I need an answer. Will you allow a 90-day suspension for all 5 members of the group chat to be suspended from all school properties and school events?
Does she get a second? Who's the question directed to?
Mr. Cohen, as board president, and Mr. Ballone, as superintendent of schools, and Mrs. Gross, if you're watching at home, and Mary Elizabeth, if you're also watching from home, all of our heads of leadership, the principals in the school. If anyone felt unsafe because of an exposed text message, I would hope that the leadership in this district would take every measure possible to make sure that nothing happens that is out of our control, because we allowed them access to where board members are, PTO presidents are, parents are. Will you consider a 90-day suspension for all 5 members of the group chat? How stupid that I'm even saying this again.
The question is, will I take it under would I consider it? I would take it under consideration, yes. I would also consult with our board attorney for further advice as far as what we can and cannot do as far as the board is concerned.
Okay,
So that's
Mr.
where
Kovacs.
I will hand it.
Mr. Kovacs, would it be legally responsible to ignore behavior of community members towards sitting board members to allow them on school property? Would it be responsible if we just opened the doors for them and allowed them into our buildings? Knowing, this is not an opinion. I don't want an objective opinion.
I'm going to refuse to comment.
Which is it, Andy? Wow. I thought the other attorney was
Okay, let's try. Okay.
Just enter your motion in it, because I will second it.
I would like to rearrange the agenda, which I know is a rolling agenda and can be changed in the moment by the board president, to move towards new business before announcements, to motion that Chad Hyatt be removed as board vice president and that Brian Cohen be removed as board president. I so move.
Is there a second? Ms. Mendez?
You have to verbalize that, Ms.
You
Mendez.
need to say it.
Excuse me?
You have to verbalize that.
I have to vote, I second the motion.
The motion is out of order.
Would you like to?
Technically, the motion is out of order. The reasons to remove a sitting board president and/or vice president are set forth in your policy. Based upon what you've presented and what has been seconded, there's not a basis to do that. There are certain limitations, really, I didn't interrupt anyone who came to public speaking.
Could we go back?
I have to remind everyone, this is not a point in time for us to engage in a back and forth. You have to show the level of respect to the board and to our board attorney.
You have to show some respect to the community.
Your time to speak is during public comments. Please.
Can we go back? Could we go back then to the? I know the motion's out of order. I hear you. I get it, and I know Mrs. Seward asked Mr. Cohen to change the order of the agenda, based on what you were just saying that we can't. There's no evidence or whatever you were just saying. Then take out in your motion Mr. Cohen and just leave the removal of Mr. Hyatt. Is there enough information then? Right, if you, it's not about, my concern right now to your motion, Mrs. Seward, and I
Okay,
second it.
let me revise my
Yeah,
motion.
I would say revise it, because you have,
I revised my motion, and move to remove Mr. Hyatt as Board Vice President, effective immediately. I so move.
Is there a second?
Yes.
Revised motion.
I second the revised motion.
Just move to vote, let them say
Based
it.
upon Board Policy 0145. 0145. Board member resignation and removal. None of the bases for board member resignation or removal have been set forth or are presented. The motion should be moved to be out of order, but I leave that to the chair.
It's not going to pass anyway. Let them just see their colors. Just move to vote. We'll vote and then we'll discuss.
She moved. She moved to remove him as board vice president, not as a resignation.
It's unprecedented times. This wasn't considered when the policies were written. I would just like to.
To the extent, then it's precluded by state statute. You designate your board vice president based upon state statute, and one of us has to turn off the mic. Based upon state statute, that person sits for the year unless there is a disqualifying event, even.
It wasn't a direct threat.
Okay, you guys talk. Go ahead.
Can I ask, please, I'm sorry, I understand that the community is upset.
Valentina,
but
1 second.
Can I please ask that we speak to the community with
Right.
the utmost respect? I'm
100%.
sorry. I understand that they're upset, but I understand that Mr. Gross isn't here, and I respect whoever's filling in. But I also just want to say that the community has every right to be upset. We should all be respectful, but that means in turn, they should not be spoken to in a condescending way, because that happened when we were on the other side by the former superintendent, and I'm not here for it. Like, no, So please, everybody should be respectful of each other, including how we speak to them and they speak to us, because we're all one community. That's all I'm asking, please. That's
But
it.
also try not to call out. Let's let them show how this is going to unfold as a party of respect and dignity, right? That's what we are, a party of peace. Let's dial it back and let them show themselves.
The board attorney has said, as he said before, and I'm just repeating his words, he has said that the motion was out of order, and therefore we cannot take action on it.
So what we're just saying is wait, so we're just going to wait till new business is what you're saying?
No, what he's saying is that
Please explain to me what that meant.
I'll let our attorney explain from a parliamentary procedure what a motion
Thank you.
out of order means.
Not only from a parliamentary procedure, but from a statutory procedure. You choose your board president, you choose your vice president once a year during your reorganization. Unless there is a disability that comes up either in statute and or in policy, they remain your president and vice president for the term of the board, which is that year. Based upon what you have presented, you have not presented a disability for the vice president or the amended, let's make it the amended motion, to remove the vice president. Based upon what you presented, there is not, to my way of understanding your motion, a disability that presents itself either statutorily or in policy.
The disability meaning that the statement, and my piece is not towards Mr. Cohen, because if he remains president, that I'm okay with that right now. The disability, I'm only speaking on vice president. You're saying the words of this person must die, to me, falls under the policy. And I know, I'm not speaking, I'm just saying my own, when I read the policy, that's how I interpreted it. And I understand the one about board president and vice president, and I get all of that too. The disability to me is the words, this blank must die. To me, that's it. That to me meets my criteria. Does it meet yours, Annette?
It's irrelevant, apparently.
So I think that's where I'm not agreeing with any, and by the way, you're only quoting, by the way, whatever you're saying, so I'm not saying anything against you.
And I don't agree that that's what I said. But I do agree that there's not been a disability presented by statute and/or by policy by either the move-in or the person who seconded it. Basically, if the board were to go forward and vote, let's say you disagree, you disregard, at the end of the vote, he's still vice president.
I'm sorry.
Because,
can you,
because it,
no,
because
no. What's the name of the law firm? What's the name of the law firm? Gross.
Kenny, Gross, Kovats, and Parton.
Okay, so
I'm Kovats.
I got that. What we're saying here is that Chad Hyatt will serve me as an equal board member, yet he is in a group chat, "This bitch must die." And by name, he's in a group chat where by name they're talking about my nipples. And I'm supposed to be able to work with this man and sit down with him. I am a woman that is married with 3 children.
Met your husband this evening.
That's great.
He's a daughter.
So have a little dignity and realize that as an elected official, I have the right to work in a safe environment. And when my breasts are the topic of discussion in a group chat titled "This Bitch Must Die," I don't have a safe environment. I cannot carry out my duties as an elected official safely, and I cannot be a part of this community safely when other men who have access to my children's school are in that same group chat calling for my death. So a disability would be to not know, at however old that man is, that it is unacceptable to be in a group chat labeled "This bitch must die," talking about my nipples.
Does any other board member have anything that they want to comment on? We're going to move on with the agenda now. We're going to announcements. Mr. Bolone, you have announcements?
I do. I have 2 announcements. The first one is regarding a letter, the long-awaited letter that we received from the New Jersey Department of Education regarding our CUSAC results. I'll read portions of the letter, which is dated October 3rd, 2025. Just as a little history, we were visited by the county office. This is a regular practice in public school districts every 3 years. Last year was our visit, and I would be remiss if I didn't share with you that despite the visit being done in February of 2025, you just heard me say we received our results in October, 8 months later. So related to that, the letter states that the Board of Education is required to report these results at its next regularly scheduled meeting. Being that this was our next meeting published, I felt it imperative that we report the results today or this evening. There are 5 areas on which we are evaluated. It is called the New Jersey Quality Single Accountability Continuum. It's essentially an audit of the school district in these 5 areas: instruction and program, fiscal management, governance, operations, and personnel. A passing score is an 80%. So 80% or better deems the district to be passing. Here are the scores. Instruction and program, 79. Fiscal management, 96. Governance, 80. Operations, 92. Personnel, 100%. Just as a matter of explanation for instruction and program, this board does recall that this August we addressed the 79 in instruction and program by preemptively allowing for greater parental choice than we had in years past. We provided an opt-in and an opt-out for grade 2 health to our grade 2 parents of students in grade 2. And despite us doing that, we did not receive credit. Thus, our score of a 79%. As a result, I have filed an appeal with the New Jersey Department of Education, not only on instruction and program, but in other areas that we feel like we were misscored. So, I am doing my due diligence by reporting that score here. However, the appeal results are forthcoming. So our official score, this is considered an initial placement. Our official score will ultimately be reported to the New Jersey Department of Education once they determine the results of our appeal. So that's CUSAC. The second item that I'd like to announce this evening is I'd like you to all save the date, because we have come here in unity as a community. So, November 13th, 2025, we will be having our second annual Community Unity. Last year we had one because we had a need for that as well. And I think it's important, you know, Mrs. Seward, you said it. Let's get above all of this. Let's come together. Let's come together and last year we had over 400 people, and I expect that we'll have just the same this year. So I'm looking forward to that day. Board members, I know you knew about this, and you're obviously, I'm hoping you'll attend as well. And it should be a great evening for us. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Malone.
Can I ask a question about that?
Yes.
Can I ask a question about CUSAC? I know that you kind of glazed over the 79 score for curriculum and instruction, but just to be clear, we technically failed that portion of CUSAC because we weren't teaching genitalia to 8-year-olds, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so when you say that you corrected it, providing the opt-in, opt-out option is not enough? Because it's still technically being taught, it just now with parents' knowledge?
So the issue is when CUSAC comes in for a review of the district, they look at the prior year.
Hmm.
However, when I sat with the county, I did mention at that time, I said, look, we can fix this before you score us.
Mm-hmm.
And we have a plan for that. And they said they would take it back, and they did nothing with it. So I am advocating, you know, they're all about growth and reflection, and I feel like we did that. So I think
Okay.
providing the 100% parent participation or parent rights, right? One way or the other. You want it taught, you don't want it taught. That's providing greater parental rights than we ever have, and I am advocating for our school district for the DOE to acknowledge that.
Okay, Just typically, though, is the control of the standards versus the lesson something that the state looks at so closely? Or is this something that just may have been, I don't know, I guess, zeroed in on, considering the history of the legal issues that Marlboro has been in the past regarding curriculum?
It was zeroed in on, I will say that. That was one of the first conversations that was brought to my attention upon arrival into my office at, I think it was 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning. They honed in just on the grade 2 health curriculum. That was the first item of business that I was asked about.
So in your experience, as the assistant superintendent, as curriculum, head of curriculum, as superintendent, you've never seen this practice before of the state coming in and just going directly to health curriculum standards for 8-year-olds?
Not directly there. No, they view the curriculum, but this was this was very specific.
Feels retaliatory. I'm just trying to get to the bottom. Thanks for your answers.
You're welcome.
Okay, next item is harassment, intimidation, and bullying, HIB report.
From the period September 12, 2025 through October 9, 2025, there were 3 incidents reported.
Thank you. Next item is on meeting dates. The next meeting for this board will be Tuesday, October 28th. That will be a regular meeting, and that will be followed by another meeting on Tuesday, November 18th, also a regular meeting. Moving on to financial and business operation matters.
Mr. Cohen, is there a chance that we can move public comment up in this agenda? Because all these people are here for public comment. You wouldn't let them speak at the first public comment. It's 11:40. You met in the back room, was 2 hours to do absolutely nothing. Can we let the people speak?
If we can finish the financial matters and then we can move on to public comments, I'd be happy. But I've already started the financial matters, if that would be okay. Good. Mr. Lonsky, would you read financial and business matters, please?
Sure. Financial and business operations matters. The superintendent of schools submits the following resolutions for approval. 1, donation. 2, harassment, intimidation, bullying, HIB report. I think that's it. I so move.
Can I have a second, please? Ms. Carrero. Any discussions on the financial and business matters? Mr. Caravello?
Mrs. Gandhi?
Yes.
Mr. Hyatt?
Yes.
Mrs. Mendez?
Yes.
Dr. Miskowitz?
Yes.
Mrs. Seward?
Yes.
Mrs. Baloma?
Abstain.
Mrs. Carrero?
Yes.
Mr. Lonsky?
Yes.
And Mr. Cohen?
Yes. That matter follows. Passes. We're going to go to, at request of Mrs. Baloma, we're going to go to public comments. And then we will, after public comments, we will commence with the rest of our agenda. Again, I remind everyone that the guidelines we follow on our public comments is actually listed at the beginning of our agenda. Mr. Caravello, do you have names to call?
Moshe Grant?
Good evening, board members and members of the administration. Rules for thee, but not for me, right? So I was standing here at the exact same place a number of years ago when I said that members of the community can do whatever the hell they want to do. For saying the words whatever the hell, I was harassed by the administration. I sent letters in the mail warning me that if I will ever disturb a board meeting again, charges will be pressed against me. On a different day, a few years later, I was standing right over there behind the wall. Right next to that back wall over there, was not engaged in a conversation during the board meeting. The superintendent with board members were targeting me standing over there, calling my names and making all sort of accusation outside of public comment section. Then they called the police officers to come and remove me from a board meeting. The police officer came. The head of security lied to the police officers. I offered everything. I have it on videos. I wanted to sue the district. I decided not to because it's my district. Mr. Ballone, on behalf of the Marlboro community, I'm not a board member, but I want to file a motion. I want to file a motion to dismiss you, Mr. Ballone, for unbecoming conduct, incapacity, and inefficiency in protecting a board member who's sitting over here right in front of what I believe to be and alleged to be people who threatened her life and sexually abused her in this room. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Caravella.
Sure. Aldo Petruno.
So I guess we're just glossing over things. So I know you, what happens at the end of the 3 minutes, you answer my questions? Mr. Ballone, when did you notify the police? If you could let me know that, I'd appreciate that. Also, as far as Aditi's husband having, there's a restraining order so that he can't, or whatever it is, a protective order, because of his involvement in these text messages to Danielle. Chad, you were clearly in the messages. I have the proof and gave it to the police myself. Also, even if you did not respond to the messages, you also didn't notify the police, which makes you complicit. So whether you want to admit it or not, you do not belong up there. Aditi, neither do you. The two of you really should step down and avoid a huge lawsuit for the entire board. Mr. Ballone, if you can answer my question, I'd like to hold the rest of my 2 minutes until you respond. Vinny, please stop the clock.
Sorry, Mr. Petruno, you have the time. If
Yeah,
you're-
yeah. So the question is, when did you notify police?
So, again, I don't. Yeah, it's up to them to respond.
He said he
We don't-
notified
we
him
don't
earlier. When
generally
you came back
respond
out,
directly.
he said he notified him. So when was that?
The attorney should know.
Yeah, sorry, I mean, again, we don't engage in the back and forth in the context of
Mr.
our
Ballone,
comments.
when did you notify the police? Danielle emailed you on 2 separate occasions a copy of the police order, the restraining order from Aditi's husband, and she asked you if you were enacting policy 9202. You replied to her that Vinny was not being directed to contact the police like policy 9202 says. So when did you contact police? It's a simple question. Please give me my answer.
I will tell you that, since you said my name, I can respond to you. I will tell you that on October 6th, I asked Mr. Ballone via email to please contact the police, to please have Mr. Caravello contact the police as per policy 9202. When there's a report of a threat, the board secretary is supposed to report it to the police. Mr. Ballone's response was, I've directed Mr. Caravello not to take action on this, and if I have any fear of my safety, I can go to the police myself.
Completely contradicting policy 9202. I have a voicemail from the detective on the lead of the case. On Thursday, he called me because he was investigating a police report that Danielle submitted herself, not that you called about. So you did not call as of Thursday, and she had already emailed twice sending a copy of the police report. You, sir, should be out of a job, and I hope you guys make that motion. I have all the proof on my phone, and the two of you should just take yourselves and go out of here, because I have enough proof on my phone to put both of you away, too.
Mr. Caravello, would you please call the next Next public speaker.
Charles Bellomo.
The group chat name is a form of communication. A member of the group chat has to type the name in, at which point the other members of the group chat are notified of the chat name. It's part of the communication. It's threatening. It's crystal clear. Millions of people around this country and around the world have read about this, and thousands have commented and agreed with me. Senator Ted Cruz from Texas agreed with me, but my leadership here in Marlboro can't seem to see what's going on right before them. Any student in our schools has a similar text thread, and it comes to the administration's knowledge, there is a HIB report. There are consequences, because that's how we discipline our children. But in this case, for the adults with certain affiliations, no action is taken. I don't know why you think this is just going to go away. Look around this room, it's clearly not. Thank you.
Mr. Caravello, our next speaker, please.
Kathleen Duran.
Did I bring her the microphone? Can you move them up? Sure. Yeah, no,
If it would be better for her to sort of just sit down and you can move the microphone, that'd be perfectly okay.
I'm fine. Okay. My name's Kathleen Duran. I'm from Wall Township, New Jersey, and I have to give a disclaimer before I speak because I'm a senior attorney at the Office of the Attorney General, Division of Civil Rights. Anything I say here today, I'm here in my personal capacity and not in my professional capacity. And all comments tonight that I make are directed towards President Cohen unless otherwise stated by me. Please don't assume my comments are directed to somebody else just because my eyes move. I do feel better with the gentleman up here with me. Not so much because I don't trust my cane, but because I don't trust my safety around a man who's going to look at my chest while I stand up here and speak. I kept my jacket on all night, and my jacket is on because I'm well endowed. And I have every reason to believe that my presence here tonight will be discussed on some disgusting email chain by a person who has not matured past 12 years old. I'm just going to mention this with the hopes that not just you, President, but others can understand what I'm saying. And I suggest that people read the applicable ethics for the Board of Education here. It's NJSA 18A 12-24, specifically subparagraphs B and E, one of which, subparagraph E, provides that the board member shall take no private action that compromises the effectiveness of the Board of Education. How can it not? You've had Ms. Bellomo tell you point blank how it affects her. How can it not? I don't want to talk here with somebody staring at my boobs. Stop it. How can it not? I'd like to know why no ethics complaint has been filed by the board. Why not? You had time, Superintendent, to file your appeal with the Department of Education just recently on your CUSAC scores, but not to protect the safety, life, or dignity of a Board of Education member, Ms. Bellomo, who's the parent of 2 children in this district. You took the time to take some useless administrative action while leaving her completely exposed. You should be ashamed of yourself. And the person calling for your resignation or removal, on that basis alone, I think has a lot of weight. Now, the statement that you guys did back in your executive session, that you came back out here and had the nerve to state to the rest of us, in which Gandhi and Hyatt, Mr. Hyatt and Ms. Adtiti Gandhi or something, I don't know any of these people, participated, it's tainted. They should have been recused. Ms. Bellomo was exactly on point. They should have recused themselves or abstained from participation in the development of a statement. That's like asking a fox with feathers in its mouth what the policy should be about the fox eating the chickens or threatening the life of the chickens. You don't ask the fox to participate. And they were allowed to participate, so I think that's an abomination. I don't understand why you sat there, President, and said that you condemned these comments, you found them offensive, no one should have to suffer these comments, and that was all what I call lip service. No, you are asking Ms. Bellomo to suffer these comments right now and in every meeting after this if you don't take action. You didn't give her any security when she asked for security. But you have security here tonight at this meeting, so you feel safe. I worry about her at every meeting where there's not police. I worry about her at her home, and I worry about her children's safety at school. You are asking Ms. Bellomo to suffer the insufferable. And the people who did this should voluntarily resign, because what they did was not only puerile, it was just, it's offensive. As far as I'm concerned, you can keep staring. I'll take off my coat later and I'll make your day better, because I guarantee you, you'll be happy. But I noticed from you walking in that it must be a little chilly in here, right?
Mrs. Duran, please.
My time is over, but
I appreciate
please, voluntarily resign. Don't let Ms. Gandhi hide behind her husband's keyboard, and don't let Mr. Hyatt continue to have access to Ms. Bellomo. That's just, it's disgusting. And thanks for protecting me.
Mr. Carabello.
Betsy Cross.
Hi, Betsy Cross. I live in Wall Township, and I'm a member of Moms for Liberty. And we fully support Danielle. I'm in complete shock. This is my first meeting here, and one of the biggest problems I see is your attorney. I know Michael Gross very well, and he was not a good attorney when he represented Wall. And I could see that he's not doing his job here, I guess. He's not even here. We've got Doug Kovatz here tonight, who I'm not impressed with, like I was not impressed with him in Wall. You've got some big problems here. I think your superintendent needs to resign. I think Chad needs to resign. And I think Miss Gandhi needs to resign. She's got her hands folded. She doesn't even look at anyone talking. Why would you even be on the board? You're not representing the parents, the students. I don't know what you're doing here. I can't imagine, if Chad, if you're married, I can't even imagine somebody being married to you. I can't. If my husband was on a chat, the bitch must die, and he thought he was still going to come and sit up here at a Board of Education meeting and embarrass me and his family, I would be getting a divorce. I just can't believe what's going on here tonight. Annette, you are wonderful. Valentina, you are wonderful. You have a policy, and this was a very simple question. When did the board secretary contact the police? Your own policy says that's what you have to do. And you were swayed away that, oh no, we've sent this to our attorney and we're not going to send anything. I think you have got some major, major lawsuits coming your way. And I think if you don't get rid of your attorney, it's going to get a lot worse. You're getting so much bad advice. Your own policy says that you had to contact the police, and you refused to, Mr. Kovacs. A simple question, when did you contact the police after the group chat went out? When was it? I want a date and a time. And then first they contacted Michael Gross, who God knows where he is, but Doug Kovacs should know when you were contacted, and how long did it take you to actually contact the police? I hope the FBI has Ms. Gandhi's cell phone, Chad's cell phone, and all the people that are on that group chat. I would like the superintendent's cell phone included in that, as well as Doug Kovacs, Michael Gross, and Brian Cohen. And I would love for Brian to be gone as the president and Chad as the vice president. Do us all a favor, and Chad and Ms. Gandhi resign tonight. I have been here way too long.
Mr. Carabello.
Mary Waddell.
Hi, I'm Mary Waddell. I'm from Freehold Township, here supporting Danielle. I don't even know where to begin. I second everything that Betsy just said, but really, as a parent, I have 3 children, and I look at and listen to what's gone on here tonight. How in the world are you guys equipped to handle HIB reports? I mean, I couldn't keep a straight face when that came up. HIB reports. Chad, do you get involved in that? I mean, seriously. If a kid came into school or was involved in a chat talking about the bitch must die, like to one of you, not Danielle, maybe one of the teachers, maybe the principal, I'm assuming that would get someone's attention and it wouldn't just be brushed off. So I'm just completely flabbergasted. I can't understand how you guys sleep at night. And that, I've never met you, but I have so much respect for you. What you said was wonderful. And I just hope you guys do the right thing. I feel really embarrassed for you. And I should also say, you might recognize my name, Aditi and Chad, because this is not an isolated incident of bullying. The way they conduct themselves on social media is just, if my kids acted the way these 2 act, they wouldn't have a phone. It's just embarrassing. Is there a social media policy? Something. It's embarrassing. And I know I don't live in your town, so I'm going to cut this short. There's many people that want to talk, but seriously, everybody's talking about this, and it's dumb. I can't believe you're going to just try to sweep it under the rug. So, good luck.
Ms. Gandhi and Mr. Hyatt, either one of you want to respond or say anything? Mr. Carabello.
Jason Cullen.
Jason Cullen from Manalapan. Ladies and gentlemen, what we've witnessed tonight is a master class from politicians showing us exactly why they should never be elected to public office again. When those in power sit in silence, dismissing the voices of the very people that elected them to serve, they fail the community that they swore to protect. Now, I'm always happy to come out and support my friend Danielle, but I am disgusted that this is the reason that I had to come out to support her tonight. What happened to Danielle isn't just unacceptable in politics. This is unacceptable in a civilized society. We hear about these threats all the time now of harassment, and it's always at the national level. These high-level politicians, influencers, people with big platforms. But Danielle's stories show us that it's not just out there. It's happening here in our community, in our towns, to people who are simply just stepping up to serve. And the failure of this board's leadership to act, to even care, makes it all the more shameful. Your silence in the face of intimidation isn't neutrality, it is permission. Danielle showed real courage by coming forward, And I hope this bravery gives others the courage and strength to do the same. And it reminds us that staying silent only lets this problem grow. This isn't about the left and the right. It's about who we are as a community. And as a community, we're going to stand together, we're going to protect those who serve, and we are going to make it clear that this will never happen again. I have one more thing. If anyone's not happy with how this meeting is going tonight, there actually is a way to get rid of board members. If everyone can get their pens ready or a phone ready, so you can take down this phone number. This is for the New Jersey Commissioner of Ed. They can remove people from their seats. The phone number is 609-376-9063. Melt the phone lines tomorrow. 609-376-9063. And blast it all over Facebook.
Okay. Next, Miguel Cruz.
Miguel Cruz, Morganville. So it's my first time here again. I sat here and I'm listening to all this. I guess the first question is, the questions that we asked previously, are those going to be answered from the first section of the meeting? Second of all is, my daughter went to this school. She was called a nigger, a bitch, a spick. She was touched on her breast. And in fact, when she went to defend herself, she was the one that faced a 10-day suspension. I had to remove her from the school district. She now lives in Philadelphia with her mother. So the things that are occurring here are nothing new. It's just new to this level. It's just new here. You know what I mean? And it's disgusting. I mean, to have people who are in charge of our children behaving in this manner is despicable. I mean, how do you enforce rules upon kids when you guys can't even get your act together? You sit here, we ask questions, you don't give answers. It's just deniability about it. They're asking you to resign in a peaceful manner, you're not doing it. And I will say this, and I'm going to cut my time short. I'm grateful that this situation never happened to me, because in a hypothetical sense, without threats, if it happened to me, neither one of you would be sitting at that table. Neither one of you. So we'll leave that at that. I hope that this gets resolved in the most peaceful way possible through, however it's going. It's sickening. I mean, we've sat here for hours on hours trying to wait for results that obviously aren't coming. And I guess we're just going to have to wait to the next meeting before we get results. But I could tell you this much. If the results fare the way it fared when my child was harassed, touched, and bullied in a sense, the results they're going to suck. So.
Mr. Carroll.
Nicole Nadell.
Got to lower this a little bit. Nicole Nadell, I am the president of Tofino PTO. The message that I'm about to read represents the collective voice of the following PTOs and PTAs in our district: Tofino, Robertsville, Dugan, Marlboro Elementary, and Marlboro Memorial Middle. I'm speaking tonight not on behalf of any one person or position, but to express what many parents, volunteers, and community members are feeling right now. Deep concern over the state of our current leadership and the example that we're setting for our students. As a Board of Education, you have a responsibility to demonstrate professionalism, integrity, and unity. We're even having a unity event next month. No one can dictate your actions, but your own bylaws. And more importantly, your duty to the community should guide you. Leadership requires accountability, especially when difficult situations arise. Right now, the inaction and public behavior surrounding the issues are embarrassing to our students, our staff, and our community. If this type of conduct or conflict were occurring within a school building, we know that an administrator would be expected to step in, address it, restore order and respect. That same expectation should apply here. As PTO volunteers, we give our time, our energy, and our support tirelessly to the district because we believe in our schools, we believe in our educators, and most of all, we believe in our children. We deserve that same level of commitment reflected by those entrusted to lead. I respectfully urge this board to show leadership, respond, take action, and set the example our children deserve to see. Thank you.
Eugene Gennon.
Thank you very much. If we could just, if you don't mind, go back to what it said before the timer goes on. There's an emblem of the... Sorry, if we don't mind just going back to the screen where it had the emblem of the, of the school district. I just wanted to, if you could go back to that. Yeah, right there. It says, what does that say? Committed to excellence, right. Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. Yep. Oh, it's even better. Is this what excellence at $10,000 a year in property taxes looks like? I have to have people, I'm sorry, you guys, this could all easily go away if you guys resign. You know you did wrong. You know what you did is inappropriate and inexcusable. Politicians have resigned over this, and you could say this is a political seat. Just clearly why you're not resigning, because then you guys probably would lose the majority. Let's be real. That board member won't even look me in the eyes while I speak, which is pretty pathetic, while scribbling the whole, everyone notices. Completely inappropriate. Completely inappropriate. And to the other board members sitting here that haven't said a word, would you say that this is completely wrong and they should resign? Ms. Jenna Carraro, Michael Alonsky, Susan Miskowitz. Did I miss anyone? No. Do you guys have an opinion on this? I mean, politics aside, how do you explain to people that we're from the town that has a death threat about a nipple something? It's like, as funny as it sounds, it's not funny, because it's completely inexcusable. I don't know what you could possibly say about that. There's kids, sorry, like I said earlier, don't believe that you guys should be around children. What kind of example are you setting? At home and in your professional life and here. I mean, you guys were elected by people, you could say whatever, on both sides of the aisle. I don't think if the election was held today, or those people that voted for you are going to be supporting you right now. It's completely inappropriate, and you guys haven't denied what happened, which makes you wonder, why? Why are you guys not resigning, knowing it's inappropriate? Like, this could all be over. You don't have to blow this up into something bigger than, I mean, it's pretty big already, I guess, but what's your end goal is kind of where we would like, I'd like to know. Is that something we could discuss or after, or could we do a vote, or could we do like a blind vote if they think they should resign? I understand there's, politics aside, you guys ran together or whatever, but this is behavior that's doesn't stand for commitment of excellence, if you ask me. I don't know. Does anyone think this is excellence? How is this excellence? How is this excellence? Who said yes? This isn't excellence, and everyone knows what happened here, and everyone knows that this is abuse of a woman. Whether or not you agree with her politically or not, whether you like her or not, this is abuse, and it shouldn't be tolerated in our community. It shouldn't be tolerated on the national level, state level, and local level, and it's wrong. I don't know. Other folks here are sitting here quietly, and it seems to be that Val, Annette, Danielle are the only ones saying something. There's other board members other than the two people that are, at fault here. Could we hear something from the other board members as to what they think? I'd like to give everyone a fair chance to express what they feel so that we all know where everyone stands, and I just hope that you guys take that opportunity. Thank you.
Mr. Caravello.
Dara Ennie.
Dara Ennie, Howell, New Jersey. First of all, you guys should be a little ashamed of yourselves. I think your statement was a little bit of a lie, because you said that they called the police, but then we heard an email read where you said you weren't contacting the police. Oh, no, don't leave. Oh, I'm sorry. So can you help me to understand when there's an open investigation against Mr. Hyatt and Mrs. Gandhi's husband, you had an executive session when you were discussing them, why they were still there? I was on the board. If you're talking about people, they have to recuse themselves. They sat through that executive session with you. Yeah, I'm sure they were just as quiet as they are now. They should have been recused. They should have been gone from that meeting. So anything that happened during that executive session really is null and void. You know that. You're the attorney. Okay. So because of that, I think we need to have a vote of no confidence. Somebody from the board needs to take a vote of censure against Chad and Aditi. I'm so sorry he left. He couldn't hear that, because you need to do that first so that we could take this to the Commissioner of Education. So make sure somebody makes a motion for that. And you can also make a motion to enforce the civility policy, and that's policy 9209. As a board, you can ban the 5 men. Policy 9209 allows the board to ban those men. No, 9202, I'm sorry. 9202, it allows the board to ban those men, not just your board president, not just your superintendent, not just your attorney. So make sure you make those motions, again, as a board, ban those men and Mrs. Gandhi. As a board, vote to censure against Chad and Aditi. And as a board, vote to start enforcing the policy on social media. It was not written, Michael, you know this, it was not written so that you could harass and bully people online, Aditi, and then write that doesn't represent just any board I sit on. That's not what that policy, you do remember. Yeah, so do something, please.
Mr. Lalansky, you were directed, do you want to say anything?
No, say, Darry, you're right. You cannot go online and use the disclaimer and then say whatever you want anyway and go against the disclaimer. You're right. That's a violation, though. Yeah, we did that.
Hold on. I get my minute back. So, if that's the case, why does this board allow Mrs. Gandhi to continue to do it? Like I said, I was here less than a year ago asking this board to make sure she didn't do it. And again, maybe if you would have put, as a board, if this board would have stopped her then, maybe it wouldn't have continued and escalated, and we would not have been here now.
Alice Finney? Dan Finney?
What was that name that was left? The one. Thank you.
And Dan Finney. Can't really make out the first name, but last name is Wright. W-R-I-G-H-T. Left. Last on the list, Danielle Balomo.
Good evening. Danielle Balomo, Marlboro, New Jersey. I'm standing on this side of the podium because I don't feel welcome on the other side of the podium tonight. I'm speaking as a mom and a citizen of Marlboro. And I'm not speaking to the board. I tried that. I'm pleading to the almost 11,000 people who voted for me. to stand up in this community and fight with me. I'm going to take you through a little history, and I'm going to try not to make it take too long, but it's long. This is not new. This is not shocking. This is an escalated behavior that has been culminating after 18 plus months of inaction. This began with one member of that thread, Lenny Thor, accusing me of not being able to turn the lights on at Dugan when I was just a member of the community. We rolled our eyes, we laughed. We know he had a history of going online. But then it escalated to things that were way more serious. I've been called a bigot by Chad Hyatt. Mrs. Gandhi has tried to influence my friends to not be friends with me because you're a supporter of Mrs. Belomo. Boycott my best friend's business because you support Mrs. B. And it escalated more. They've tried to rob everything from my life. And Mr. Balone, you are the one who is to blame. I started contacting you almost a year and a half ago. I started contacting you in 2024. And I started saying, Mr. Balone, please help bring the temperature down. Do something. Help. Nothing. I can't do that. It's not under my jurisdiction. Members that are sitting here, right here, they pleaded with you. They said, Mr. Balone, please help bring the temperature down. Nothing. It got nastier. It infiltrated my PTO that I've been the proud president of for over 6 years. I've been a dedicated volunteer to MTPS for 11 years. I never thought I'd be on the Board of Ed. My volunteering took me here, and I was proud to serve in the position. But then I realized that it was affecting my kids, that Mr. Balone was not taking action with my son, Charlie, that actions of the board were now rolling over into his day-to-day life. It got so bad for my son, I had to remove him from the district. He no longer is a student at MTPS. Mr. Balone didn't do anything. As you can see, there's a pattern of escalation in these behaviors. And as a mom, I'm petrified that I still have 2 children here. We went from mocking me from not being able to turn the lights on at the elementary school my kids went to calling for my death. When will it end, Mr. Balone? When I have a bullet through my neck? Is that what it's going to take for you to take action and to stop this behavior? Everyone around you, town leadership, your community, the constituents, they have begged for your help, and you will not help. I asked you to contact the police. You said, you can do it yourself. I did it myself, but I shouldn't have had to. I no longer feel safe serving as a public elected official in this town. So until action is taken, I'm going to stay right here with the people who came out tonight to support me, because at least I know, sitting next to my husband and sitting in this side of the audience with MTPD behind me, that I'll be safe. But over there, I don't feel safe anymore. Thank you.
I have no one left on my lists.
That's it? I'm sorry, you said no more, no one else?
No.
Before anyone goes again, just I need to say first I would like to see if there's anyone who has not spoken who would like to speak. And then, you know, if there's anyone else who would like to get up, we'll give them a chance, but we're then going to sort of, you know, bring this to a close. Please come up and just state your name.
Dana Verga, Marlboro. I actually came here tonight with no intention to speak. I hate speaking at these things. I hate coming to these meetings. I even hate having my face here. I'm not going to lie to you. But after being here all night, I have to say, I don't feel angry like everybody else. That's not an emotion I have a lot. A good friend of mine once called me a Pollyanna because I like to think of the best in people. And I like to think of the bright side and think everybody's going to do the right thing. But tonight, the only emotion I feel is sad. I feel sad that there are not people saying like, hey, I'm sorry you're going through this right now. Hey, what was said was really wrong. You're right, I'm wrong, I shouldn't have said that. But there is no accountability at all from anybody, and not all of you, I'm sorry. I just feel really frustrated as a mom, because keeping all differences aside, we are all human beings. And I want to be able to go home at night and say to my kids that you should stick up for people all the time. You need to do the right thing. You need to take accountability. And yet so many of you are not doing that. So that's all I'm going to leave with is I just feel really sad.
Is there anyone else who hasn't spoke? Say, just before, I know you spoke earlier, Mr. Cullen?
I'm sorry?
You spoke before, just I wanted to see if there's anyone else who has not gotten up to speak yet. Just want to give
I
them a
haven't
chance.
spoken in the second session, no.
Okay. Is there anyone who hasn't spoken at all?
Are we going to do this? Anybody?
No, there's no one there. I just want to give everyone equal opportunity, okay? It's not about you, and I just want to be fair. So
Fairness
no one
is
else
what we're
has
gonna
come
talk
up, so by all means, just please state your name and...
Mark Chesler, Marlboro, New Jersey. I actually have it's kind of a procedural question. Mr. Ballone gave the readout of the HIB reports earlier. So given the reference to the HIB reports, I'd like to know, obviously hypothetically speaking, of course, how would the schools, maybe the administration, Mr. Cohen, if you could ask Mr. Ballone for me, how would the schools and the Board of Education handle a situation in which a group of male students were found to be part of a text message in which they are threatening the life of and sexually harassing a female student? And as I'm addressing you, Mr. Cohen, I would specifically like to know if for some reason as board president you could not fulfill your duties and Mr. Hyatt had to step in temporarily as board president, how would he handle the situation? That's question number one. The second question is, again, Mr. Cohen, as I'm addressing you as board president, board actions reflect your leadership. I would like to know, how do you feel your leadership in this situation is as in kind of a reflection of the standard of Marlboro Township? And one last question to add on, I'm going to reference Mrs. Mendez as a former board president. The same question that I gave in terms of how Mr. Hyatt would handle the situation of harassment and death threats in a text message in the schools. As board president, how would you have handled it? I'm just looking for somebody to actually respond to a question rather than write notes, nod your head, and just try to get through the end of this meeting with no action. Thank you.
Yes, I'd be happy to answer. So when you look at the code of conduct policy, and I believe it's like 5,200, there's a code of conduct for different things that happen in there, and they could lead to suspension, they could lead to an HIB, which obviously has a whole nother thing. So based on the code of conduct, there's actually a matrix that's in there that you would follow based on the severity of what the child did to somebody else. And so I can't quote off the top of my head exactly what the criteria is, but there are things like 1-day suspension, or expulsion potentially. So there are ramifications for people's actions.
Understood. So suspension, potential expulsion.
Potential can be in there.
And I have some other questions to Mr. Cohen, Mr. Ballone, and Mr. Hyatt as well. The hypothetical.
I won't respond to our hypothetical questions. I just won't do that. So, sorry.
That's fine. Thank you. Your silence says much more than you could say.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak?
Aldo Petrino, Morganville, New Jersey. So let's just be clear. You guys aren't going to take any action tonight, if I'm understanding correctly. I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to go away, and I hope that everybody that's here will continue to come with me. Chad Mitesh Gandhi, Lenny Thor, Narav Kadakia, Scott Samaya, Aditi Gandhi. I'll be here every meeting, and I got pictures for days if you guys want to see them. So we could do this every month. It's not going to be a problem. Mr. Ballone, I seriously hope you resign because I got emails from you, too, that says you haven't notified the police and you just lied to the entire community. I'll file the ethics complaint on you tomorrow. Like I said, guys, I'm not going anywhere. I could come back every month and do this. So you can grimace if you want, but I'm going to make sure I see you at the door.
Anyone else? Motion to close public comments. Ms. Carrero. Anyone second? Dr. Miskowitz. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed to closing public comments?
I'm not opposed. I just want to make sure we could speak after you close it as board members. So,
If you'd like to say something after
Yeah,
that,
okay.
yes. We traditionally would do that. So, all in favor? Anyone opposed? Public comment is closed. Are there any matters that the board members would like to say? We'll start there, and then I remind everyone that we still have several items on our agenda that we need to complete. Ms. Mendez, you obviously asked the question. Would you like to go first?
yeah, no, I just had a question because there were a lot of questions and comments, and I understand people have the right to not respond. I just wanted to know, out of all of those public comments, do we have a thought, a comment, or response to any? I'm just asking. I don't, and nobody has to. I'm just genuinely asking, are we going to respond to anything? I know you made a statement. I'm not saying that. But they asked a lot of questions, and I just don't know how people get their answers. Do they send an email? They ask a lot of questions. How do we, how do we get some answers? And I know you're saying some maybe people don't want to answer, but are we going to answer any? That's all my question is.
Again, I read a statement at the beginning that we all agreed to, right? I understand people have asked questions. They're asking for actions. We have, at this point, we're following the advice of our counsel, and we have to sort of do that. So, I think that's where I stand. We can't do this back and forth. Public comment is closed. We cannot engage in the back and forth. Public comments was closed. Is there any other board member who would like to say anything? Seeing none, we'll move on with the agenda. We're at the personnel matters. Ms. Mendez, would you read the personnel matters?
Sure. Personnel matters. The superintendent of schools submits the following resolutions for approval. 1, amended salaries, operational administrators. 2, amended hours and salaries, non-certificated staff. 3, substitute teachers. I so move.
Can I have a second? Mr. Lolansky, any discussions on the personnel matters? Mr. Caravella?
Dr. Miskowitz?
Yes.
Mrs. Seward?
Yes.
Mrs. Carrero?
Yes.
Mrs. Gandhi?
Yes.
Mr. Hyatt?
Yes.
Mr. Olansky?
Yes.
Mrs. Mendez?
Yes.
And Mr. Cohen?
Yes. Next item on the agenda is policy development and community relations. Dr. Miskowitz, would you read those?
The superintendent of schools submits the following resolution for approval. First reading, be it resolved that the following be approved for the first reading before the Board of Education, P 1570, P 1620, P 5339.01, P 6111, P 6220. I so move.
Thank you. Can I have a second, please? Ms. Mendez? Is there any discussions on these policies for first read? Mr. Lolansky?
Yes, sir. On the budget presentation policy, P 6220, second paragraph from the bottom, says the budget will be presented to the Board of Education to allow adequate time for review and adoption. If the board agrees, I'd like to add the way that we actually do it, either say department by department, this way I know it's memorialized and every board going forward will continue to do it that way, or just name the departments that superintendent brings to us at every budget round. So I don't think that has to go to a second read for that. I mean, then we'll have to do a first read again, that's just a small add, we could move it to second read, but if everybody agrees to add that department by department, the way we actually do it, so it's memorialized.
I have no problem with it. Okay, so that will be incorporated as a minor change, and we'll bring it back up for second read. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Mr. Caravella?
Mrs. Seward?
I'm voting no from here on out on all policies as long as Aditi Gandhi is the chair of policy committee. I'm not sure that her motives are unbiased or very clear anymore, so I'll be voting no.
Okay. Mrs. Carrera?
Yes.
Mrs. Gandhi?
Yes.
Mr. Hyatt?
Yes.
Mr. Lolansky?
Yes.
Mrs. Mendez?
Yes.
Dr. Miskowitz?
Yes.
And Mr. Cohen?
Yes. Okay, we're up to the part of our agenda which is old business. Is there any old business anyone wants to bring up?
I just wanted to bring up the civility policy, resolution that I had talked through in our previous meeting. I had sent over to the board a resolution regarding civility towards each other, what would be acceptable and unacceptable towards board members. And so I ask that if you all did not get to read it yet, that you take a look, because I'd like to present that, because then there's some things that follow after that, a civility statement and a civility, we have civility, but I'm sorry, a policy regarding the safety and so forth of board members. So just asking that everybody take a look at that and share your thoughts if you have any.
Thank you. And as I said earlier last week, I'm very committed to working with you on that. And I appreciate you sort of taking that initiative, and I also appreciate you sending that out so
Yeah.
that we can do it together.
Absolutely.
Any other old business? New business? Any new business?
I have some new business.
Mr. Carvel, can you re-enter my attendance back into the meeting, please? Thank you.
You want to do a roll call, or?
Oh, no, you guys
Okay.
did, she asked it. She's here.
Good. Okay, so under district policy 0146, board member authority, the opening line is a board member does not possess individually the authority and powers that reside in the Board of Education. So also the closing line is that members of the board shall adhere to Code of Ethics for Board Members Bylaw 0142, and board members visiting schools shall comply with district policy and all procedures for school visitors. That being said, I would like to motion to remove Chad Hyatt as Vice President of the Board of Education, explicitly for the purpose of not behaving in a way that I am confident that would not, I guess I'm just trying to say I don't have any respect left for him as a leader, and I don't think that, I think the district deserves better, and if he's not going to resign as a board member, then at the very least you owe it to the public to step out of your leadership role voluntarily. But I motion to remove Chad Hyatt as Vice President of the board. I so move.
I second that.
I was just trying to figure out how to state it so that.
Well, you don't have the authority to just decide what we vote on. We got legal counsel. That's his advice. We have free will to do what that advice.
I was just trying to make sure I state the motion correctly. I wasn't trying to correct it or anything like that.
All right, 'cause you shot it down twice
I was just trying to make sure I
already, so-
understand the motion correctly so that
Okay.
everyone knows what they're voting
I
on.
motion that Chad is removed as board vice president.
Okay. And is that it? I'm sorry, I just want to make sure.
Yeah, you know what? That's it.
Okay. And Ms. Palomo, you seconded that? Okay. Again, I will request, confirmation from our board attorney, but I believe he's already mentioned and already stated and advised us that that motion is an out-of-order motion.
Well, I think we saw with the lack of advisement of not recusing Aditi and Chad from executive session, that executive session should be null and void. Not every advice that we have gotten in the past has been sound. So let's say, moving on, I motion that an internal investigation be conducted regarding the timeline of the text messages regarding Ms. Palomo and the group chat of said threat, limited to Mr. Ballone's emails, exchanges, the timelines, our board president getting advice from our legal counsel, which board members were able to access our legal counsel and which ones were turned away from doing so. I think it would be in the best interest of the district and for transparency to look into, the timeline and explain to the community the truth. Maybe we can have the advisory committee or a third party do the investigation, but we've had issues in the past where certain members of the board thought that was appropriate, so let's see how that goes tonight.
Is there a second?
I'll second. Are we doing the motions and then voting? Or do you want, I just want to go with which order you're going through.
Well, I think the motion on the first motion Ms. Seaward made, which was on removing Mr. Hyatt as vice president, and which Ms. Palomo has seconded, that motion is a motion that's out of order. So that motion does not get voted on.
Mr. Cohen?
Let me just finish for a second, please. I'm sorry. And then the second motion, which is the most current motion, which is to do an internal investigation, which you seconded, which we have not yet taken any action on. So
Can we? Okay, so before we
that's where I'm at right now.
thank you. Before we go to that conversation, then the one I don't want to move off of the first motion. Then the first one where Mrs. C, where that part where she motioned to remove Chad as VP. When we say out of order, I think I'm still stuck there. Because in the policy, again, I know I said this somewhere. Is it subjective? Is it a written rule that you can't? Like, I just want to know how that works.
Please.
I think we need the mic.
Board officers, 0152. I expect most board members probably have some working knowledge of those. Discusses the board officers. At the end, or at least in the middle of it, it says, a president or vice president who refuses to perform a duty imposed upon him or her by law may be removed by a majority vote of the board members present and constituting a quorum. In the event the office of the president or vice president shall become vacant, the board shall, within 30, that's a vacancy, so that it's a combined. So I think the first thing that you have to do is to tell me what the president or vice president who refused to perform the duty imposed upon him by law may be removed by the majority of the board members present and constituting a quorum.
Can I ask the question? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
There's a motion and a second to remove the vice president. Do you want to expound as to what it is that you believe the duty was that the vice, and I think it's just limited to the vice president at this point.
Correct.
Can I ask a question before we proceed? You're serving here as our attorney, not as a judge. So Annette can make whatever motion she wants to make, and we can vote however we want to vote based on your legal counsel, because you're our legal counsel. You're not the judge presiding over this meeting. So if you don't want to vote according to legal counsel, that's on you. But you can't censor what Annette motions.
Right.
That's not your
We can't
job.
just say it's out of order and
no.
whatever.
You can provide legal counsel, and we can still move
And we
forward
can still
with any
proceed with our
motion we
vote.
want.
Right, exactly.
I was asked to provide legal counsel.
No, and I appreciate it. So back to that initial statement, I did ask you to clarify what that meant. So I'm back to my initial statement. You're asking, I don't have to clarify why I want to proceed with the vote. I just would like to proceed with the vote. And if 5 other board members decide they don't want to vote, then that is their right to do so. But somebody can't say it's out of order and we're just not going to vote. Thank you for the counsel. Let's proceed with the vote. And if people want to abstain, vote no, not vote at all, that's your choice. I'm a yes. That's where I stand. I don't love the judge and jury telling us what we can and can't do. Thank you for the counsel. Thank you for the guidance. Can we move to vote?
And just one follow-up question. How come you can give some legal counsel in public, but other legal counsel you won't speak about in public? You shut down every single citizen here saying you can't give legal counsel in public, but yet for a motion, you're giving legal counsel in public, telling board members what they can and cannot do. That seems outside the jurisdiction of your duties.
Can we vote, please? You all have free will. You do what you want. I know 3 where we stand. So can we move to a vote? And I'm not the president, so Mr. Cohen, can I ask that we move to vote?
Contrary to advice of counsel on the policy that says specifically what the terms are for removal of an officer, president or vice president, okay? This motion is contrary to it. Our counsel has advised us that it's a motion that's out of order.
I don't think it's... Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Excuse me, thank you. I'm going to allow the vote to take place. I'm going to give every board member an opportunity to make a statement as to how they're voting, all right, for clarity purposes, so that their statements are very clear as to how they are voting. The only question I'm going to pose to our counsel at this time is that, and I'm going to do this off mic first, because so the only question for me, which counsel just advised me on, is whether or not there is any conflict for Mr. Hyatt and Ms. Gandhi or anyone else to sort of vote on this particular motion. And his advice of counsel is that there is no conflict, that they can vote on the motion themselves. The same way when you nominate someone for president or vice president, they can
I hope
vote
everyone at home is
on
paying
that
attention
as
to
well.
what's going on here. Just pay attention.
In that first statement, Mr. Kovatz, in the first paragraph where you were reading about, would you mind reading that part again? Oh, that's fine. I'll take it then, because I don't have it in front of me. That's fine. I'll read it. I can't really see it because I don't have my reading glasses on. But basically what it says is that there has to basically be a lack of some sort of disability, I think is the word you used, when it comes to performing effectively in that role, right? Is that the gist of it?
Anybody have an objection if I answer that question?
No, I'm just asking that, yeah.
I think you're reading it correctly.
Yeah.
There has to be a refusal to perform a duty.
Right, so I wouldn't say a refusal, but,
I think that's what the language
or the refusal to perform the duty is by being in a chat. So the refusal to perform the duty is to hold yourself to a standard where you actually have a threat against another board member. That's my take on it. That's the refusal. The refusal is to perform in your role is that. You're not performing as a leader when you have a chat that says you want someone on this board to die. You're refusing your role in a leadership position by doing that.
It wasn't reported.
You're not reporting it.
That
I don't
members of the
know.
community-
I don't know what Mr. Hyatt said or didn't say. I don't have that. All I know is you were participating, and silence is complicity, and so you're refusing to uphold your standard as a leader on this board. That is my rationale behind. That's how I interpreted that. So I would say we're not out of order. I'd say we're very much in order here.
Participating in hate speech, would you like to add that to the disability?
Can I have that back, please? Okay. Any other discussions on this particular motion before we go for a vote?
I just want to clarify, no, well, yes. So in that case, for me, we're not out of order. We're very, very much in order.
Mr. Carabello?
Are we going around and making comments? I need to make a comment too.
Did you want to
No,
say something else?
I'm not doing.
No, I just want to say that to stand behind my vote and what Mrs. Mendez says, I think my position speaks for itself. I think there's several, and I find it very remiss that legal counsel does not see why there would be several reasons to make this motion and, reference a disability or whatever the word is of a dereliction of the duty of vice president.
May I clarify something? Just to clarify, and again, as long as no one has an objection. Anybody have an objection to me speaking? I have now not heard the articulation as to the duty that was refused. I've heard the rationale, and that was, it's not up to me or incumbent upon me to find the refusal. I think the person who's making the motion, it's incumbent upon them to identify that. Ms. Mendez has given you her take on that.
Okay, I reword my motion. I motion to remove Chad Hyatt as board vice president due to his disability and leadership by witnessing, partaking, and participating in a group chat entitled "This Bitch Needs to Die" and not reporting it to board administration, board leadership, or district administration. I so move.
The revised motion that Ms. Sewer put out, is there a second? Ms. Mendez?
Yes, I second.
Any further discussions on the revised motion? I will, before we take a roll call, for those board members who did not have the opportunity to see the board policy that Ms. Mendez has referred to, I will just sort of read, if Ms. Mendez, because you looked at it, I know you may have not seen it clearly, but you looked at it.
Can you please read it in its
And I
entirety?
will share it, excuse me?
In its entirety?
Sure, there is 2 paragraphs here that are actually repeated. They're identical paragraphs. It is entitled Policy 0152, Board Officers. It was revised on December 19th of 2023. It reads so: the Board of Education shall elect one of its members as president and another as vice president at its first meeting in January. Any board member may place a board member's name in nomination for board president and vice president. A second on the nomination is not required. Election for each office will be conducted by a vote when the nomination for that office are closed. The board secretary will then call the roll on the nominated candidates. Upon being called in the roll, each board member shall state the name of the nominated candidate who he or she wishes to fill the office. In the event no candidate receives a majority vote of the members of the board present and constituting a quorum, The procedure shall continue until someone receives a majority vote. The person with the majority votes for the member of the board, the person with the majority vote of the members of the board present and constituting a quorum shall be elected. In the event no candidate receives a majority vote of the board members present and constituting the quorum, the procedure may be repeated until someone receives the majority vote of the board members. Nothing shall preclude a board member from changing his or her vote after the first round of voting. Moreover, nothing shall preclude a board member from making another nomination if the board is deadlocked on the initial slate of nominees. Officers shall serve for 1 year and until their respective successors are elected and shall qualify. But if the board shall fail to hold the organization meeting or to elect board officers as prescribed by NJSA 18A:15-1, the executive county superintendent shall appoint from among the members of the board a president and/or vice president. Officers shall serve for 1 year and until their respective successors are elected and shall qualify. The president shall not serve for more than 3 consecutive years unless approved by a simple majority of the board. A separate motion will be required to vote on whether the individual shall be permitted to serve for more than 3 consecutive years. If that motion is adopted, the individual will be voted upon along with any other nominated candidates as set forth above. A president or vice president who refuses to perform a duty imposed upon him or her by law may be removed by a majority vote of the board members present and constituting a quorum. In the event the office of president or vice president shall become vacant, the board shall, within 30 days thereafter, fill the vacancy for the unexpired term. If the board fails to fill the vacancy within such time, the executive county superintendent shall fill the vacancy for the expired term. The next 2 paragraphs are an exact repeat of 2 that I read before. I'll read them anyway if you prefer. Officers shall serve for 1 year and until their respective successors are elected and shall qualify, but if the board shall fail to hold the organization meeting or to elect the board officers as prescribed by NJSA 18A:15-1, the executive county superintendent shall appoint from among the members of the board a president and/or vice president. And then the last paragraph reads, a president or vice president who refuses to perform a duty imposed upon him or her by law may be removed by a majority vote of all the board members of the board present and constituting a quorum. In the event the office of president or vice president shall become vacant the board shall, within 30 days separate thereafter, fill the vacancy for the unexpired term. If the board fails to fill the vacancy within such time, the executive county superintendent shall fill the vacancy for the expired term. As I said, those last 2 paragraphs were a repeat of 2 of the prior paragraphs. That is the policy that is regarding the board officers. Any other discussions on this motion? Mr. Caravello, would you call?
I had one. What is the name of that policy, please?
Board officers, and it's policy 0152.
And is there any regulation regarding removal of board officers or just what's written in that policy?
I don't know the answer to that.
You've given, not you, but there's been counsel on who can vote, who can't vote. Where are you getting that information from?
Looking at that regulation.
Where is the regulation?
Policy. I would assume that if there was going to be a prohibition from the president or vice president being able to vote for that, it would be set forth there.
Do we know if there's a regulation on that policy or if there's a removal of board member policy?
Mr. Bologna has indicated there is no regulation on this policy.
Is there any policy regarding specifically removal of board member?
I'm sorry, is there any policies specifically
That specifically is for removal of a board member or recall of their...
There's resignation and removal. There's a specific policy.
Okay, can we read that policy,
Anybody
please?
object to having that read? You can read it.
No,
please.
I don't object to it.
Here.
District Policy 0145, Board Member Resignation and Removal. Appears to be created April 2013, edited August 2021. 0145, Board Member Resignation and Removal. The membership of a Board of Education member shall terminate immediately upon 1. The cessation of the board member's bona fide residency in the school district the member represents. There's a statutory citation, NJSA 18A:12-3, semicolon, or 2, the member's election or appointment to the office of mayor or member of the governing body of the Marlboro Township, reference again, NJSA 18A:12-3, close parent, semicolon, or the member's disqualification from voting pursuant to NJSA 19:4-1, parent NJSA 18A:12-2.2, close parent, or the member falsely affirms or declares that he/she is not disqualified as a voter pursuant to NJSA 19:4-1, or that he/she is not disqualified from membership on the board due to a conviction of a crime or offense listed in NJSA 18A:12-1, semicolon, or B5, the removal of the member by the Commissioner of Education, or 6, recall of a board member pursuant to NJSA 19:27, capital A-1 et sec. A member who fails to attend 3 consecutive regular meetings of the board without good cause may be removed from office on the affirmative votes of a majority of the remaining board members, semicolon, provided that 1, period, the member's removal was proposed at the immediately previous board meeting, semicolon, and 2, notice of the proposed removal was given to the affected member at least 48 hours in advance of the meeting at which the vote will be taken. Citation to that is NJSA 18A:12-1, semicolon, 18A:12-2, semicolon, 18A:12-2.2, semicolon, 18A:12-3, semicolon, 18A:12-29, NJSA 19:27, capital A-1 et sec. Again, it references an adopted date of 20 April 2013, revised 24 August 2021. You're welcome.
Okay, we're going to take a vote. Mr. Caravello?
Can I just implore my fellow board members vote unbiased, regardless of any former affiliation with Mr. Hyatt?
Mr. Caravello?
Okay, so this will be roll call for the revised proposal for removal of Vice President.
Yes.
Dr. Miskowitz?
No.
Mrs. Belomo?
Yes.
Mrs. Carrero?
In good faith of being unbiased, per legal counsel, no.
Mrs. Gandhi?
Per legal counsel, no.
Mr. Hyatt?
No.
Yes, you can. Mr. Alonsky?
Yeah, I'm very interested in the second resolution about investigation, but I'm going to have to abstain based on legal counsel.
Mrs. Mendez?
Yes.
Mrs. Seward?
Yes.
And Mr. Cohen?
Again, an unbiased and honest vote based upon both legal counsel and my reading of the policy. I vote no.
Okay, so that's 5 noes, 3 yeses, and 1 abstention. Motion does not pass.
There's a second motion in front of us. That motion is from Ms. Seward for an investigation to be conducted. I believe you used some terms that were independent, third party. You named several of us as board members, including Mr. Malone. Do you want to restate that motion, or do you want to, it was also already seconded by Ms. Mendez.
It's not even going to pass anyway, honestly. I think that we should just move on, go home, and reconvene in 2 weeks, a little more prepared with better legal advice. And it's 1 o'clock in the morning practically. So you can say whatever you want, but I'm removing my motion.
Your motion kind of made sense. If we're going to reconvene with no new information, we're going to have this, we're talking about the same thing.
No, I remove my motion to conduct an internal investigation until further notice.
For me, I'd like to have more information. I'd like to have police reports. I'd like to have information that I have in front of me on paper.
If this was reported to the police, you would have the police reports because the district would be part of the active investigation.
Some residents came tonight, and as well as yourself, have said they reported to the police. So there's got to be police reports out there, right? Some other residents said they did report to the police, if I heard right. So there's got to be police reports out there that we can get a hold of and make more of an informed decision.
But it's part of an active investigation. That the school district, Mr. Malone said that he's working with the police, that he called the police. So he should have had all that information
So
ready.
can we have it for the next meeting? So that's what I'm asking. That's part of your second motion, that we can have that.
Because
I can't comment on what the police department does in the context of the course of their
But
investigation.
Mr. Malone gave a statement that he was working with the police because he reported this to the police. So where's the police report?
I'm sorry, I heard that different. I heard that he contacted the police department to make sure that we had the right security here. I did not hear that a police report was filed.
That's not what he said, Mr. Cohen.
You're taking your motion back?
I mean, we're functioning here as if you could just make indirect threats to people and basically get away with it. So if that's what this board is proud to send the message to our community members, that no repercussions will be taken, no punishments, no 90-day suspensions of going on school property, what's the point? Please tell me how this is effective leadership. It is embarrassing to sit at this dais with people who don't even have the courage to do what's right regardless of who their friends are, regardless of any legal ramification, regardless of any legal counsel. Sometimes it's not easy to do the right thing. And you all have shown tonight that you don't have the courage to do the right thing, that you're going to just protect yourselves and your spouses and each other, and that you're not going to stand up to, if any of us, if the 3 conservative women that sit on this board were a participant of any group chat that you were slightly offended by,
We'd be getting
I'd
destroyed.
love to see how everybody would have reacted.
Mhm.
The names we've been called, the accusations that have been made about us, you should be ashamed of yourselves that you're sitting up here representing a community who expects unity and trust and transparency and commitment, and instead, you'll just protect each other.
Mhm.
And that's really sad.
And we could just throw threats
I'm really
around
disappointed
amongst each
because
other.
I expected more of all of you.
And I truly hope that anybody whose daughter is watching this and whose mother is sitting up here and who claims to be for women's rights and who claims to be for inclusivity and who claims to be for protecting women and children, that you take a very good look at what's gone on tonight, because that's all a facade. There's no one here that has stood up for a woman except for Annette Seward and Valentina Mendez tonight.
Seeing that Mrs. Seward's motion, I believe, was withdrawn, that's my interpretation of this, and she has now left the room. There is no motion to move on. Is there any other new business? Seeing none, motion to adjourn. Ms. Carrero, seconded from Ms. Mendez. All in favor? Any opposed? We adjourned.